Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
morning.
Working on something?
How is everyone?
Great.
All right. Sounds like you
Yeah.
need coffee.
Yeah.
Everyone have a good night? Yeah? How was day one? Okay. The rain was melting.
Yeah.
I'm good. Let's cross that. Wow. I should have looked at you, I guess. Okay, so here we go. Start day two. One quick announcement. If you have not signed in for today, please sign in just sometime before you leave. So we just make sure we capture that you're here both days. You know, kind of same idea as yesterday. We'll go kind of right after this. We'll move into our final work session. So same rules as yesterday. You all go to the same room you've been in every time, and we will send the speakers to you. We're gonna adjust. Oh, can you bring up the agenda? I'm sorry. We're gonna shift things just a little tiny bit. So after the work session number 3, everyone's gonna come back here, we'll take a break, everyone comes back here like it's on there. And then we're gonna move into, Stuart has prepared a Jeopardy game that goes along with the SOP work session. And so we're gonna come back in here and we're gonna all play that together. And then after Jeopardy, then we'll hear from EPA headquarters. So the storytelling discussion, we're just gonna kind of play that by ear, and if we fit it in later in the day, we'll fit it in later in the day. If not, you know, we'll roll with that somehow, but we'll kind of keep everything back on schedule after that. So after the headquarters update, we'll go into the you know, sharing of our successes and challenges and things like that. Lunch, acres, the cleanup, we'll just kind of move through the rest of the day as planned after that. So just that one little change. And then when we finish up, I don't know if people saw this, if we didn't like really clearly state this. The TAB folks, KSU TAB, Tribal TAB, and EPA will be hanging out here until 4:30 this afternoon. So we are intending to finish up by 3:30. So if you all want to hang out and meet with any of us and talk about whatever it is you want to talk about, that is an option for you. To our virtual friends, we'll have to figure out how to accommodate that. Let me think about that, but that might be maybe we just schedule a meeting afterwards. So we don't want to leave you out. We definitely want to be able to talk to you all about any questions or, you know, projects or whatever it is that you're working on. So let's just plan for that. Virtual friends, if you want to talk to project officers, KSU TAB or Tribal TAB about anything, send us an email and we'll get a time on the books so that we can meet. Otherwise, I think that's all I have. Do you have anything?
I just wanted to mention, thank you, everyone. We have a great lineup today. And I know that it's very dynamic, so some people will be coming and going, but we don't want to forget about evaluations. So that's an important aspect. So before you head out or disconnect, please complete that. That gives us, you know, important information using the program moving forward, as well as reporting with EPA and leadership.
Yeah. So we'll pass those. We have paper versions and then we have a digital version also. Maggie's passing those out right now. And for the virtual people, Hannah will put the link in the chat. Later on at the end of the day, we can bring up a QR code. I guess the QR code's on the papers too. So if you prefer to save the paper and do it digitally, that's also fine. I would suggest not filling out the evaluation just yet, waiting until we've gotten through more stuff, just so you can, you know, maybe it's been wonderful so far and then something just really terrible happens and, you know, you've already completed a great evaluation. So anyway, that's not gonna happen. But thanks for bringing that up. I always forget about evaluation.
Yeah, and we're really excited about the cross-regional dialogue.
Yeah.
So, it's a unique opportunity to share to listen, to learn, to ask questions of each other. So really excited about those discussions and that conversation. So, yeah, thank you guys for being here and look forward to a good day.
And so, does anyone have any questions before we shift into the next thing? Or comments, questions, comments, anything? Okay, so we are gonna have, SOP is gonna happen in here, in this room. Procurement is gonna be in the small room out here. Plus is gonna be in the room upstairs, so. Everybody go ahead and we will get started. In 5 minutes, yeah, 5 minutes for the move, which you just got here, we don't need a break, right? So, we'll get a break, you'll get a break after this work session. So go ahead and move, and we'll get started at 8:45 and see you all back here between 10:30 for some Jeopardy.
Well, it looks like we maybe have maybe 3-4 groups in here. Okay. This workshop on standard operating procedures. My name is Stuart Prickey. I work, I'm a consultant with Akana. Akana is based out of Portland, Oregon. We're a Native American engineering, design, planning, environmental services company. And I'm the site assessment remediation manager for Akana. And I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to do this workshop with you. We have an agenda. I got a single Hannah, she's gonna do there. Okay, we have an agenda. So we're gonna go through these slides. There's about 30 slides. So, but we're gonna talk about SOPs today. So why do we need them? It's kind of the topic. Why do you really need them? You know, because may have a couple or may have no SOPs at all in your, right? But we're gonna talk about the benefits in SOP, what exactly it is, how it supports your organizational goals, how you can make them effective, so you can complete your mission. Because what you do is mission critical, and we're looking for the most, efficient ways to do your work and spend these brownfield monies, spend them well and deliver some results. So we're going to go through that. We'll go through a couple of group exercises, practice a little bit. With that, we can cue up the video. So why do we need them? I've selected this video, and because it kind of makes the point.
You're not making any sense. Larry ruined it on purpose. He knows how to make one.
What's up, the internet? You know what? I'm hungry. I could really go for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Do you guys think you can write down some instructions and teach me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah,
Then do it.
I knew we were gonna do this. I heard Dad talking to Mom.
Choke yourself on my hand. Sometimes I do need help.
These are your staff members. Right? Okay. Kevin and Jonah got right. SOP for you.
Get 2 pieces of bread. Get a butter knife and get some PB. Take 1 piece of bread, spread it around with the butter knife.
No, Dad, with the peanut butter.
I'm just doing what it says. It says, take 1 piece of bread, spread it around with the butter knife.
Hold on.
Get some jelly, rub it on the other half of the bread.
Oh, Dad, open the jelly.
Well, it doesn't say to do that. Put the breads together on top of each other. Take a big bite.
Sorry, I had to make it extremely specific.
Oh, good, I'm sorry. Take 2 pieces of white bread out of the bag. Take the lid off the jar of peanut butter. Get a butter knife and stick it inside of the peanut butter jar. With the knife, scoop a bit of peanut butter out of
Wait, that means like a lot.
a bit means a lot.
In my world.
Spread your scoop of peanut butter onto one of your pieces of bread with a knife. Alright,
Watch your eyes.
there we go.
Doing better than before though.
Open the jelly jar. Squeeze it onto the other piece of bread.
No.
Listen. Get 2 pieces of bread, get some peanut butter, take the peanut butter knife, open the peanut butter, put the knife in the PB. Get some jelly, open the jelly. Squirt the jelly onto the bread. Take the butter knife with the peanut butter on it. Wipe it all over the piece of bread that's blank. Take the butter knife, rub the jelly all over the piece of bread.
Oh, it's doing better. Oh.
That's all over. Put the 2 pieces on top of each other.
This is how I'm been.
Take 2 pieces of white bread out of the bag. Take the lid off the jar of peanut butter. Get a butter knife and stick it inside of the peanut butter jar. With the knife, scoop some of the peanut butter out of the inside of the jar. Spread your scoop of peanut butter onto one of your pieces of bread with a knife.
No.
Squeeze some jelly onto the other piece of bread. Spread the jelly on the bread with the butter knife. Put your 2 pieces of bread, peanut butter and jelly sides together. Done. Get 2 pieces of bread, get some peanut butter, get some jelly in the peanut butter, get a butter knife, put the butter knife in the peanut butter. Take the butter knife out of the peanut butter. Take 1 piece of bread and take the butter knife that has the peanut butter on it and spread it all over the top of the piece of bread. That's the top.
I need the signs.
Squirt some on another piece of bread. Take the butter knife, rub it all over the top of the piece of bread.
I quit. No, it ain't making any sense. Sorry, ruined it on purpose. He knows how to make one. I know how to get the joke. It's the king.
You piece of bread. You want to take your sandwich with you? What I made that for.
Mama, there's one more.
Yeah, go take that one to mommy.
I edited a bit.
Take 2 pieces of white bread, take the lid off the jar of peanut butter, get a butter knife and stick it inside the peanut butter jar. With the knife, scoop some of the peanut butter out of the inside of the jar. Spread your scoop of peanut butter onto the face of one of your pieces of bread with a knife. Squeeze some jelly onto the other piece of bread. Spread the jelly on the bread with the butter knife. Put your 2 pieces of bread, peanut butter and jelly sides together. Done.
Now eat it.
That's the best.
You made it.
I think it qualifies. And the winner. Well, Evan and John, did that go as you expected?
Yes, I expected to win.
Well, you sort of were. But really, I feel like we were all losers. Was that fun at all?
Yeah,
Well, there were at least a few points where it seemed like Evan was kind of having fun.
he's like. Really overwhelmed at work, but Jared had with it.
would be my mind with my parents, so.
Is that good?
Be like, get a plate.
And it is reality. I mean, we're not in the business of making sandwiches, but whole process of SOPs applied to sandwich making. We'll talk about that in a few, but what is an SOP? What exactly is it? So it's, you know, it describes an activity, it describes a process, you know, you have specific standards and requirements you're trying to meet. So you create a process and an SOP to meet that standard, meet that requirement. At the base of all this is a regulation or some type of corporate policy, or you have a quality assurance project plan, right? A QAPP or a SAP or a health and safety plan. SOPs support those. So at the base of everything is a regulation that you're trying to meet. In our case, it's probably Circle 128A, right? Brownfields. Or it might be a QAPP, a SAP, a HASP, a number of things in your part, but at the base of everything is a policy regulation. That's the foundation. Then we build our SOP, you know, a procedure that documents the process. And on top of that, we have a thing called work instructions, which are highly detailed things. Highly detailed instructions. Like if you go to Menards, you go to Lowe's Hardware and you buy a piece of equipment and you have to assemble it, right? You pull out the instructions and you go, oh, these are translated from Chinese, right? And you have to figure out how to make them work. Those are work instructions. And that's not what we're talking about, but work instructions are important. And often we attach those to the SOP. But it's important to know and understand your audience when you write this. In our case of the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, we're dealing with 5 and 8-year-old kids. And so, you know, we usually have higher level trained staff than that. So understand your audience and have them, you know, write to your audience. And so you can create a process that you can repeat and then efficiently run your organization. What SOPs do is it eliminates a lot of variation in your work product. So you get the same result over and over. Minimizes rework, right? It's an excellent communication device. You don't have to walk everyone through each step every time because the steps are written down in a process and it reduces all safety risks. You always have some safety risks when you're doing, especially field work, but it minimizes that because people have an SOP, they have a process. They may have some certification and training they have to do, but it minimizes safety risks for you, and that's really important. So it overall increases efficiency, consistency, and accuracy, especially when we're doing data collection. In an environmental world, we're all about data collection. And as you know, data is important in order for us to do the work, because it's how we roll out we'll roll out our cleanup plans, our site assessments, everything. But that data's got to be defensible, and SOPs help you to do that, right? Also, it documents expectations, and what I mean by expectations is it establishes a standard of production that we expect you to follow this process, and this process establishes a level of quality that they would work to. So your expectations are embedded in this document, and the people are trained to do that in this fashion. Like our peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you know, your expectation is they know how to put the peanut butter knife in the peanut butter in the right way, right? And squirt the jelly on the right side and all that. So when you do these SOPs, you ensure you can comply with the regulation, because the regulation doesn't tell you how to do it. It just tells you comply with this. And all your organizations are different. You have different people, different situations, you have different lands. And just like your reporting requirements says in with your 128A, it just says you have to document your response actions. It's up to you to determine what a response action is and how to comply with that regulation. And so you define that in your SOP, right to that. And every time you have a response action, you follow the SOP. So everything is consistent as you go down the, you know, so the thing someone did 5 years ago is the same as you're doing today. It'll be the same thing you do, you know, in the future. So all the data is similar, it's comparable, and it's reliable. At the base of it, all this, it's the core component of your training program. You're bringing new people in because there's always attrition going on. right? Staff members are leaving, staff members are quitting, you're bringing people in. So, well, I have an SOP. So you don't have to handhold everybody that's coming in. You start with the SOP. Here's our base requirements. These are our standards of quality of how we do our work. And you train them in it. And then as they're learning, they can go back and refer to it without having to, call you, ring you up on Zoom. They can go to the SOP and help themselves do it. That is what an SOP is. And those are, yeah, so we're gonna do a little exercise in a minute, but at the heart of this is your organization. What are you trying to achieve? SOPs support not only, it's not only an answer to the regulation or the policy you have, but your organizational goals are supported by these. What are you trying to do? It answers the why. Why am I writing these SOPs? And I threw these up, and you may have these already in your organization. You may have adopted these in some capacity. Often you're part of a natural resource program, and often natural resources and cultural resources are combined, or maybe you're just the TRP. But SOPs support your organizational goal. And you should adopt goals, and you should strive for these. For instance, you might be a protector of natural resources, right? That's part of your job. Or you're interested in sustaining traditions and culture. Maybe you're all about quality assurance and control because you're doing QAPPs, you're doing field work, you're doing data collection. Maybe you do a lot of government consultation. So you want to be able to be a good communicator, do that government to government consultation and do it effectively so you can protect the natural resource, protect what you have on your lands, and make sure the government does their end, holds up on their treaty, and holds up on their part and their end, fulfilling the treaty responsibilities. Transfer of knowledge. At the heart of SOPs is transfer of knowledge, training people. So those administrative tasks, those technical tasks, and even TEK, traditional ecological knowledge. You should have a policy how that is handled and how knowledge is addressed, because we're talking about generational impact. So we really got to think about transfer of knowledge, and SOPs is a good way to handle this circle of organizational goals. And what we're going to do is, if we can have like 3 or 4 groups, and what I want you to do is take these big Post-it notes and adopt one goal. Just adopt one goal, and we're going to support those. Yeah, we're going to support those with. Well, I'm ahead of myself. Go down and hit the next screen. Yeah, we're going to do that exercise later, but think about those greater organizational goals. But at the heart of everything is people. You have to work with people. We typically build a hierarchical organizational chart with the top guy at the top, council and departments, and everyone's under this hierarchical structure. But when your boots hit the ground, it's always about dealing and working with people. And so I just created this bubble chart. At the center is you, and working with a lot of people. Now, people are your greatest resource, but they also can be your greatest obstacle. But we want to change that. With SOPs, we want to make people a resource and a way to get things done. So, it's about getting things done. It's the art of getting things done. But you got people, tribal members, staff members, users, stakeholders, anyone you might deal with. There are people inside your organization and outside your organization, because you do have to work with people outside your organization to feed into your SOPs to get processes done. You got council, you got EPA regulators, you got the person managing your grant applications, right? At EPA. And at the heart of it, it's the environment, because again, we're talking about generational impacts here. So the land, the water, the biota, the plants, the trees, the animals, these things go on into the future. The next generation that comes up, very important. So it goes back to people again, but generational impacts we're talking about. So at the heart of it, we're working with people. It's the heart of getting things done. So you have people contributing, and we got to make them our asset rather than an obstacle. So supporting your organizational goal is in SOP writing. You should be able to adopt these attributes to further your goal. So these are some things I threw up on the wall here, but what I want you to do is take these attributes and attach them to your major goal, whatever major goal jumped out at you that was on the 2 screens back. But you may think of yourself as a protector of natural resources. This is my brand. This is what I'm all about. I want to have SOPs that establish that I'm a protector of the natural environment. Or I'm all about accuracy. I want accuracy in all my results, all my data that I collect, all the sampling data. I want to be able to take the data I collect today and compare it to data I collected maybe 5, even 10 years ago. And then the next generation that comes up that collects data, that they collect data, and it's all comparable, right? Unless that data is collected in the same way, the same process, it's not very comparable. You're going to have a footnote. Right? So we don't want that. We want a good, accurate results, right? We want to be responsive. We want to be responsive. I'm all about that grant money and being responsive with it. So I spend that money wisely. I spend it according to plan, and I can deliver my results and report back to EPA that I delivered according to plan, and I cleaned up these sites. That's all what that's about. I want to be the center of knowledge. Maybe that's you. I want to be the center of knowledge. I want people to come to me when they have questions about a site, about invasive plants or species on the tribal lands or on this lot. I want to be the center of knowledge of people from the community, the tribal community, come to me, and I have environmental knowledge, environmental data. And that's all I'm about, right? So take a look at these and pick a handful and adopt them. And we're going to have you paste them on these stickies. Where's my Maggie? And we're gonna have you take these and write your attributes on this paper with your major goal. So whatever 5 jump at you. Yeah, she'll give you. And here's some pens.
Would each small group have to have the same goal, obviously, or?
Yeah, each small group.
How many people do we have?
Right here.
Should we just have
If
2
you wanna-
groups?
If you guys do
We can just do this side and that side.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
guys can work together and then you guys. Work together.
Here's some.
Come on
over. Okay, so writing on the Post-its and sticking them on the.
Yeah, and online you can do the same. So whoever's online, can you go up?
A couple slides, Anna.
Yeah, go up back 2 slides.
So pick 2 goals from here. To put on your big sheet, and those folks online, just pick 2 goals that you wanna do. Focus on like in this little exercise working session, and then once you have those 2 goals. We'll jump ahead to 2 more slides, and then you can use those bullets. To write down how you're going to accomplish those goals. Essentially. And that's what the sticky notes are for, are the individuals.
Now think about your programs, your organization. And which organizational goal jumps out at you the most?
Yeah.
Pick 2.
Your dolphins, that's what I'm gonna show you the. Wishing for color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Traditions, say sustain traditions of culture. Write that on this big one.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so these go on the big notes. And then we'll advance, and they'll be on small.
Do you wanna pick? the-
Okay, yeah.
Think bite-sized chop, if we that'll work.
I thought he said.
And then we.
But I thought he said we all need to pick the same organization goals.
Yeah, pick
Yeah.
2 of these,
So that's
put
the
them on
first
stick
one,
first.
so they're not-
Just write big, big marker.
Yeah.
And then we can do different.
Actually,
Right.
consider all that
Or,
Top 2.
Top 2 are different. Yeah, one of the,
Transfer of knowledge is
yeah.
important.
Because the turnover and.
Sure, not in safety, I'm trying.
Drives to turnovers and very much that.
Yep, it's like, you
Ensuring
do it,
that-
Broncos, I
that,
had a couple projects, in the building.
The knowledge and
Yeah.
the task, right, and the responsibilities that are wanted and carried on. How much space do I see in consistency?
You're just gonna stick these little things
Underneath them.
underneath them, so they
Yeah.
can go halfway. Or- No, I just came up with these, but you may have your own, you may have your own goals, organizational things you wanna
Okay.
accomplish. And when you go back to your groups at home, you can do this exercise, say, what do we wanna accomplish as an organization? And your organization may again be just your TRP program, or you may be part of a larger organization like the Director of Natural Resources or something. So that you work at this at different levels. The idea is here is to really call out your organizational goal, what you overall want to accomplish. This is like the overarching goal, what you're about.
So what about you guys? The goal for your. Well, I was looking at protection of natural resources or.
Well, for me, it's always about consistency. Well, it's
Quality assurance and control.
transfer of knowledge.
Yeah, for this exercise, just grab two. You may want to adopt all the, so.
Okay, we kind of share this one.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hannah.
Okay.
Okay, now,
Yeah.
To some
Yeah.
degree.
this is your brand. No, yeah, get that down. So
How many?
supporting your organizational goals, it's all about you. What is your brand? What do you want to be known? I'm the protector, right? Or I'm all about safety. Well, I want to be a great communicator. I do this. I'm a great communicator within my organization. I'm a great communicator to outside my organization with tribal members. Or I do a lot of, I'm all about government to government consultation, doing
How
that
many do you
very
want?
effectively. So whatever jumps out at you, just write them down on the stickies and
It
instead.
doesn't matter how many.
No, you can
And for each.
read.
Okay, so.
So the exercise is to think what jumps out at you and write it down. I like this, say this is kind of like a non-thinking exercise, emotional exercise on what you're about. What are you trying to achieve? All about partnering.
Like. Center of knowledge.
Or I'm all about, meeting the regulatory requirements of CERCLA, RECRA, whatever.
But you don't take it to come to work and you want a good results.
Okay, so for safety.
Yeah. So if you-
Ensure
For
health and
both
safety.
or for one of these points or the other.
So we're gonna choose those for each.
Sure, what it's on again.
Sustain tradition and culture, but you said for health and safety, you said.
Yeah.
I think if perform work.
Safe.
That, and then I think maybe. Oh, it's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
My res, we don't have any natural resources.
Rosebud, you have natural resources.
Well, lumber, but you know, what's that, burnt up?
Well, natural, yeah. Lumber, the land, the air, it's all, water, groundwater.
Well, we get our surface water from Missouri River.
Right. You have groundwater, and
That groundwater.
groundwater feeds the whole ecosystem.
If they're eating any other.
What is all, so sustain.
Partnering, you gotta partner with other.
Okay, so that would
Be for both, right?
So
Yeah, putting that.
How we do it online, is everything very good?
Partnering and for
They were
both
pretty,
of
they
them.
didn't have
That's
any
right.
of these yet.
Okay, so online, pick your brand, pick what attributes that jump out at you online.
strict regulatory compliance, and that only pertains to certain projects, I mean, there's different regulatory compliance guidelines that certain projects that you can be working on, that you have to follow.
Yeah, I mean, you can get more detailed than this if you want.
Okay.
The purpose of this exercise is that something you could do, you could take back to your organizations and do this with your. And adopt these things, so you're gonna be. These attributes, you're gonna embed in your SOPs. When you write them, you wanna, when you write your purpose statement, your scope. You wanna make sure these things come out of that SOP, that the end result is you're responsive to your attributes. This is what we're known for. This is our brand. I like to call it branding. This is our brand. This is how we do this.
Kind of like your rep in a way.
Yeah, your reputation. Yeah, exactly. What are you known for? What is your reputation? Are you the go-to person for the knowledge, right? So do tribal members trust you and they come to you for the knowledge? Do they trust you that you have the data, quality data that they can use?
Yeah.
For studies, right? Or you're the communicator. They trust that you've communicated with others. You've done good consultation, so you're the communication center. No, the heart of it is communication. Oh, okay. Flip to the next slide. I think we can move on. Again, you can adopt this and take this home, but the whole purpose is that, you want to establish your brand, right? And I have a brand up there, a slogan, who says have it your way? Anyone? Have it.
No, Burger King.
Burger King says have it your way, right? Everyone knows that that's their catchphrase, right? That's their slogan, that's their brand. You can have it your way. And I like to say that I'm gonna say you can strive to have it your way, right? You're gonna have this, you're gonna write SOPs so you can establish your brand and realize these goals to be these attributes you've written down. Right? And I put up this, they call this the triangle, right? Because we strive to do these things, but if you have a contractor, they tell you can only have two. But I say you can have it all, right? You can have it your way. If you want it fast and cheap, it's gonna be very bad quality, they say. Or if you want it fast and good, it's gonna cost you a lot. Or if you want it cheap and good, it's gonna take forever to happen, or it may never happen at all. And at the heart of it, it's that utopia, that sweet spot that you want to hit. And but I say you can have it all. What you would do is substitute these fast, cheap, good for your attributes, stuff that you pasted on your goals. These are my brands. This is what I want to achieve. I want to hit that sweet spot in the middle and hit my target. But I say you can have it your way. And at the center of this is you have to have a process. You have to have procedures. SOPs are a way to do that. But how are you going to do transfer of knowledge? Write an SOP, but you have to be very specific about how and what kind of knowledge and all that. So you may have multiple SOPs to deal with transfer of knowledge. So review your attributes to your organizations and determine which SOPs you want to write. And think on this, effective SOPs work well when it's a standard routine event that you need to repeat so you can support a regulation. So that's when they really work well. When you need a traceable documentation. At the part of any of SOPs is it's written and there's steps in there and it creates documentation. So it's everything that occurred to develop the final product is documented. So you have it's traceable. Consistently reproduce this event, especially if you're doing sampling, collecting data. And the staff is involved in the SOP writing, so they understand it, they buy into it, and they comply. Try to meet some quality standards. When they fail is when they're too detailed, too complex, so people don't understand them. Right? And, you know, you get feedback from your employees, they ignore it. So you don't update your SOPs. And they end up being shoved aside and ignored. So if you get feedback that this doesn't work or the process fails, like how many times did the peanut butter and jelly sandwich fail, right? Because the instructions weren't right and they kept failing, you know. What they need to do is keep working that SOP until they can reproduce the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And you want them to be able to access, your staff members should be able to find that SOP. If you have it on a server somewhere, or you have it in a binder in your library, there's a go-to place where they can go get that SOP and refer to it. And if you do a lot of field work, and I've done a lot of field work, I have a binder of SOPs that go in the field books, right? To go with the field truck, and that if we're doing some type of sampling or some type of data collection, it's there, it's ready. If someone, a junior member forgets a process, a step, you can open the SOP and follow it and figure it out. So it should be and must be easily accessed. And you got to train your people. So SOPs are like recipes, right? Want to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Well, we're not in the business of making peanut butter jelly sandwiches, but I tell you, people write in the fast food industry demonstrates that they write SOPs so they can make sandwiches and they can make French fries and cherry pies and they can do it fast, good, and cheap. It's the American experiment, right? I think America invented fast food. But you can do this, and so they're like a recipe. So who's gonna make it? Because you want, I tell you, they have at every fast food restaurant, they have SOPs, how to prepare a sandwich, how to stack the sandwich, how to make French fries. Because you got 15-year-old, 17-year-old people making sandwiches and making you food. So the food you buy in Kansas City at one of these restaurants is the same, it's gonna taste the same as the food when I go back to Washington State. I'm gonna eat the same food, it's gonna taste the same. Okay. So across all these franchises across the country, how is it that possible that they can make the same sandwich, taste the same in different locations? Well, they do it because they follow a recipe. They follow an SOP actually. And it's very detailed because remember, think on the audience. In the peanut butter and jelly sandwich thing, we had 5 and 8-year-olds. In fast food restaurants, we have, teenagers on up. So I guarantee you they have SOPs for nearly everything they do. So within the heart of an SOP is who's going to make it, right? Right to your audience. Who's going to make it? Who's responsible? Remember, it's all about people. So you've got to work with people. So know your audience. And so within an SOP, you're gonna write down in your SOP who's responsible, from the person in charge to all the workers that are involved with making that sandwich, or writing that grant, or going out and collecting field data, right? And the what? So list your ingredients, right? You need peanut butter, you need jelly, you need bread, right? List your equipment, right? You need a peanut butter knife. You need a certain kind of jelly, right? We don't want that, at Smuckers, right? We don't want that kind. It's not good enough. We want the best. We want huckleberry jelly, Washington State. Right? That's kind of peanut butter jelly sandwich I make up there. So you have to list your ingredients. Timing is important. When must you make it? Because there's element in time and everything. It takes so long to do certain tasks, and you have deadlines, right? You have deadlines, you have review periods, you have all these things involved in timing. You have requirements in your grants. You have to produce a report within so many days. So timing's involved, always in making things, performing functions. And the how is basically the step-by-step procedure. It's a step-by-step process, stepping through it, flow through it till you get the end result. And then why is the most important? Why? So when you think about the why, you go back to your goals, right? Why am I doing this? I'm writing SOPs is boring. It's hard, cause you know, I wrote it 5 times and still can't make the sandwich right? And so the why is very important. So you remind your people why we're doing this. And it's to support the organizational goal. And we want this brand, we want to be good at what we do, but not just good. We want to be really accurate. We want to deliver response. We want to deliver results. We want to be responsive to the grant money we're receiving. We want to be responsive to the tribal community that we cleaned up this site. So the why is the most important thing, really. So understand your audience, understand who benefits from this. So what are the elements of an effective SOP? So we got the who, what, and when, right? We just talked about that. So you want to identify everyone involved in that process, directly involved, and that's written in your SOP. And it's the art of getting things done is working with people. So it's just not your subordinates. If you got outside entities that are involved in getting things done in the process, write them down, include them in your SOPs. And then put who's in charge, who's directly responsible for the buck stops here on that procedure. Might be a director, might be a department manager. Someone's finally responsible for that. With health and safety, it's usually your health and safety manager or someone like that. That this is how we do this task safely. So then identify all the resources to complete. You need your people, equipment, training, any relevant documents. Process. And it may include some work instructions. And those are very detailed again, and those are usually an attachment that you stick, put at the bottom of your SOP as an attachment. And then warning labels. If it's a field task, you may have cautions or warning. This is a safety issue. You've got to be certified to do this task or something like that. Or because we're often dealing with hazardous substances, so you may have warnings on it. But you could also throw warnings on it, like if you don't meet this milestone, this happens. Like in a programmatic, you have so many days to report, so many days to review. You may have to throw a warning in your SOP that you must complete this review period within so many days, or this happens, or violation of our policy or violation of some aspect of a regulation. And indicate the timing, right? When it needs to be done. Identify important time constraints. So the procedures is the how. The how do we make the sandwich? How do we make, step-by-step process, how it is to be formed in sequence. If the process is overly complex, you may need some sub-steps, but or attach those work instructions so they can be. Remember who you're writing to, who the audience is. Often we're not working with 15, 16, maybe you're working with engineers and scientists and such. So write the SOP to that audience. And if you need work instructions, use that as attachment. They tell you SOPs to make French fries is going to be a lot different than an SOP brownfield program taking or collecting environmental samples, right? Think about your audience.
Question.
Yeah.
Do you also see more organizations, whether tribal, nonprofit, state, whoever you're working with, community-based, having, like we talked about, videos or like how-tos? Because I think a lot of the time I go to YouTube and how do I do
That's the
this?
next bullet. So we include diagrams, images, illustrations. Actually, you can create videos. You can make your own peanut butter jelly making video, right? We do this. So this is how I do it. Make a video. Or, some of us are all about, you're a YouTube mechanic. Everyone's a mechanic now. So we just go to YouTube and I can figure out how to change my battery, fix that solenoid, whatever on your truck. So I'm a YouTube mechanic now. But that's what you can do that. You can attach videos to your SOPs. Drawings, diagrams. You can embed them or put them in as an attachment.
Tell you from experience in the fast food industry, the workers never see the SOPs. They just see the videos on how to.
Do it now, right? Yeah. And if you do anything in the work, in the field, any work that's field orientated, include safety measures, because we have to do everything safe. We all want to go home with our fingers and toes, right? We don't want to contaminate ourselves by breathing in some vapor. And there's, yeah, and in the fast food restaurant, they have to do things safe because that oil is very hot in the fryer. So again, it's the art of getting things done. So why are you doing? So the most important part of the last year is why are you doing? Go back to your goals. What is the purpose of the SOP? And that's right at the top of your SOP. First thing you write is the purpose of this SOP is to do this. You're trying to achieve something. And you identify those specific processes that require documentation. You want to spell that out. Understand the, point out the risk factors and all the things that are important that are right at the top. Then consider the application. In what context or situation does the SOP need to be performed? There's not everyone in the organization involved with every SOP. But for example, if you're on a construction site, you're building a structure, there's all kinds of activities going on. But only certain people are certified to do a task like erecting scaffolding, right? Because someone has to erect scaffolding with the building. But you have to be trained and certified to put up scaffolding. You just can't pull the junior guy that came out of trade school and say, go set up that scaffold. Because it might fall down, you might hurt someone, you might kill someone. So understand in what context or situation that SOP needs to be performed to make sure the right people are doing the task. So certain people can erect the scaffold, and then only certain people that are trained in using that scaffolding can actually climb the scaffold. So understand that and think of the application when you write your scope. So here's the suggested format. These are the things that should be in a good, effective SOP. Right at the top, we have a good title, clear title that explains what the SOP is. And you number everything. So you start, I don't have any SOP, so my first SOP is number 1, right? Just give it a number, and then when you accumulate your SOPs, you just number them so you know how many there are. If there's one missing, you can tell it's out of sequence or number missing. But yeah, write a clear title, document the number. If it's really long, include a table of contents. If it's not, if it's a couple pages, 4 pages, you don't need a table of contents. But if it's a lengthy SOP, include a table of contents. Again, right at the top, what is my purpose? What's the scope? What's the application? Scope and application. And the purpose is usually a 1 sentence. The purpose of this SOP is to make sure I fulfill this regulation, whatever that is, or complete this policy, right? Scope is usually a little longer, paragraph, maybe 2 or 3 sentences. But again, on responsibilities, list everyone involved in performing that SOP. And define your terms. As words mean different things in different contexts, right? So we got to define our terms. List your tools and your equipment needed to do it, and then write the procedure. The procedure is the body of the SOP. It's the bulk of the text is in the procedure. Again, it's a step-by-step process. And the things on the right is, attach any related documents or refer to them, have references to them, and then when did I first write it? What's the version date? Because I'm going to revise it as times change, as time goes on, regulations change, situations change. And then have someone that's a director, someone that's an authority, approve it and sign off. So this is an example of an EPA. I found it. It's pretty current, due date. 2024, this is on sediment sampling, but notice that right at the top, it has a number, has an effective date from region 4, and it has a title, sediment sampling, and the number, whose authority, field branch chief, effective date, review date. So this little thing should be at the top of every SOP. And then again, the purpose statement is one sentence. This document describes general specific procedures. Amendment sample. And write out your scope for your application. And this is where you think back on your stickers that you threw on the wall, your brands. It's like, okay, how does this apply? What am I trying to achieve? Think of the application, the people involved. Write your scope. And this is probably the most important part of it. The rest of it, hit the next one. Yeah. So here's another example of a SOP there for my prior company. This one's on environmental hazards. So at the top, I have, again, a box with all that important little details. Who's responsible, right? When it was first written, the revision date, a revision number. And the scope and application right at the top, some references. So I'm trying to, this is referring to and meeting a standard for OSHA for insects and varmints, right? That part of it. And it says WAC 296, which is Washington State OSHA, WISHA, we call it. Now, right off the bat, I define my terms because in different contexts, words mean different things. So like cold stress, if I'm in an office building and I feel cold or I feel hot, I could say I'm cold stressed, right? But in the context of environmental hazard, that's not what we're talking about. So in an SOP body, cold stress is like if you're outside and it's 50 degrees or less, right? And I'm working and it's wet and cold, or it's over 100 degrees out there, cold stress is a specific definition in the world of health and safety. So define your terms here so that it makes the SOP more readable, so people understand the terms, and when they get into the body of the procedure, they know what you're talking about, know what you mean. So next. So on the right, we have responsibilities. This is the same environmental hazard SOP, but the employer at the top, the employer is responsible, right? Number one, the employees involved, so their role and tasks that they're doing are called out. And if you got subcontractors or vendors involved, call them out. Any outside organizations that are involved, call them out and what they're responsible for or their role. And training, there's some specific training required to perform the task. If you have to be certified to do certain things, call it out. You must be trained before you can do this task. You must be certified to do this task. So if you're taking asbestos samples, right, you just don't send anybody out to start pulling asbestos samples, right? You got to be trained in a HERA. And so the sample's taken correctly. And that's another process. You can write an SOP how to take asbestos samples or how to collect lead-based paint samples. Hey, can I get a glass of water? Yeah. And yeah. But here's a sample. And I sent this to Anna this morning, but I put this in a Word file. You can do this in Microsoft Word. This is a template. And right at the top, you would have your box with all your detailed dates and titles and version numbers. Again, you can adopt this purpose right off the top, one sentence, scope of application. Just it's a leading statement, but these procedures establish guidelines, these requirements. Employees are doing this for this company, we're going to meet a regulatory establishment. But write out a paragraph, short, maybe 2-3 sentences. List who's responsible, define your terms, list any health and safety requirements. Here's my equipment, then procedures, and write it out in a process. Step 1, step 2, step 3. This is how we make the sandwich. And at the bottom, attach any forms. A lot of our processes involve filling out forms, right? So attach the blank forms. They're with the SOP. They can grab them and use them right off the SOP. And if part of the instructions is how do you fill out this form correctly? Because when you get into like eligibility worksheets, how do you fill that thing out, man? Well, because sometimes you don't know how to put in that box. So you may put a filled out form. Here's an example of a completed form. So you can do that as an example. Here's a completed form and here's a blank form. And then attach work instructions, diagrams, illustrations, references to videos. Next. That's an example. So determine your format. You can adopt that format, you can make your own. And add to it as you need, right? Include visual guides, illustrations, and then have the staff write. The person that does it and doing it, have them write it, right? Or call on subject matter experts. If it's something that lends itself to an engineer, a scientist, or someone, a regulatory specialist. Have them write that part or that section. With all the steps you would have in that process. Remember the peanut butter and jelly example is that children left out some steps, or illustrations. So include everything in the process and then test it. Does it work? Give it to someone that didn't write it and see if they can repeat it. So test it, actually test it out, and then revise it if it fails. And then train your staff to do that, right? Then consider updates. Because regulations change, the environment changes. We always have updates going on. Okay, next, yeah. So, suggested brownfield SOPs. But these are examples. There are more. You can have an SOPs for anything that you deem that supports your goals. Whatever you need to achieve your goals, you can write an SOP. And you can break this into programmatic or field specific. On the left, we have some for, you can have a health and safety plan. You may how you prepare a quality assurance project plan, how you fill out an eligibility worksheet. All these could be SOPs. Right? How do I enter data in acres? Or how do we do site inventory? Because different locations, you'll do it differently. Because you've got different lands, you got different environments, some are more urban, some are more rural, and you have overlapping jurisdictions too. So everyone will do this a little bit different. So write an SOP for your specific situation. On the left, we have field exercises. If you're collecting samples, really do need SOPs. Any type of sampling, groundwater sampling, surface water, collecting vapors. How are you collecting data? And so your data is defensible, it's repeatable, it's documented how you did it. Because you want to be able to compare the sample data you took today with the sample data that someone else collected years ago. And in a future generation that's collecting data, that data is comparable, it's reliable, defensible. And if you're doing any site inspections, if you're walking on any sites, even if you're doing an inventory and you're checking out sites, putting in your brownfield inventory, you should have a procedure to go and do in site visits. Because often you walk up to a site, you don't know what's there, or there's hazards there, especially if it's an abandoned building, an abandoned warehouse that no one's used in a while. I use that, that I showed you the environmental hazard SOP. But in that, we have warnings about varmints like rats, those things carry hantavirus. You have venomous snakes and you have birds and bats that go in those buildings. And on top of that, you may have drums of stuff you don't know. And so you need specific rules on how you're going to do a site inspection and include warnings. If I walk into an abandoned warehouse and I see a drum of this, barrel of that, container of this, do I, to complete my site inspection, do I open that barrel to find out what it is? Do you? Well, I tell you, no, you should not. Do not open something that you don't know what it is, especially in an abandoned warehouse. But an untrained person, if you tell them to go inspect the site and go find out what's there, you're doing a brownfield inventory on, and your instructions are, hey, If you see any hazardous substances there, find out what they are, write them down. I can tell you that if they're untrained, they're gonna open a barrel. And if there's something in there, they may inhale some vapors. So if you're doing any site inspections, any work monitoring, or if you're doing site monitoring on cleanup, there are hazards there. There's equipment moving around, construction site, so have SOPs for any. Okay. So these are right for writing SOPs. So the 4 elements. So you should have an SOP for each one. And you may have multiple. These are very broad. Very broad. So these are in the regulation, right? So think on what SOPs I need in my situation, my organization, to meet these requirements. These are very right for SOPs. Next slide. So you have the 4 elements, you have the public record requirement. How am I going to comply with the public record requirement? It says every response action must be documented. So what is a response action? So define that, write an SOP, define that, and then write all the people involved on the process that you're using to document the public record. And then the next person that comes around opens that SOP and they repeat that process. So it's consistent, right? You have the same consistent message, same consistent document year to year. And this gives you responsive. You're responsive to your organizational goals. Reputation, your brand is shining out, right? Because you're using SOPs. Your organization's effective, it's responsive, it's doing the right things. Understand the SOPs are the baseline. They're your baseline of operation. They establish the minimum standard of quality. Do anything less than this, it fails, right? Like our peanut butter and jelly kids, they failed, they kept messing up, they failed. So they did not meet the base quality, the base standard for making a peanut butter jelly sandwich. So when you roll out your SOPs, you instruct your staff, this is our minimum standard. Follow these steps, you will be successful. If you do anything less, it's not acceptable. And then you can look for operational effectiveness beyond that. So you can identify ways to improve. You can adapt to changing conditions because everything changes, and you can improve on your SOPs. But when you write them, again, think about your audience and the tasks you perform, and write a process that these are our minimum standards. So you don't want them too complex, too troublesome that people won't follow, right? You don't want them too broad. That's how you write them. So they provide a way that you're accountable, transparent. Someone comes and does an audit, you have a trace documents showing that you did this process. And they're perfect for doing any type of reporting. And you can establish performance measures. Again, it establishes a minimum quality. It's your baseline. So you can measure performance. We have all kinds of metrics for safety. The OSHA does this really well. So you can, if you want to measure safety needs, you have SOPs for every task that we do this work safely. You can keep and measure safety statistics. You can also do that for other things like budget management. Am I meeting my budget? Am I keeping everyone fully utilized on this and that? So you can establish your own metrics based on your SOPs. Think on that as you improve on your SOPs, you can include performance measurements. So field specific SOPs are specifically dealing with hazardous materials or hazardous substances. But we want to be safe around them. You either know that they're hazardous or there could be potentially hazardous, or that you just don't know. And you don't want to walk into an environment where you could become contaminated, right? And you take that home, contamination can stick to you. You can carry it home and you can transfer it to your people in your home. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You also could be working around hazardous equipment. So if you're doing a cleanup site, you got heavy equipment like excavators, bulldozers, drill rigs taking samples of the dangerous equipment. Have an SOP to deal with that. You don't want the public around involved in a site cleanup, especially with the safety risk. So you have a work zone and you keep people out. That should be part of your SOP. And it's most important for with your data, you want consistent quality of data. And then QAP, we talked about integrity results. You want defensible results. And this is how your SOPs help you do that, because you have a quality assurance project plan, you have a sampling analysis plan, but that doesn't tell you exactly how to take that sample. So we talk about, in data complete. Is it accurate? Is it precise? Does it represent the population as a whole? Because sampling is just it's sampling. I'm taking just pieces of this population, and I'm saying that this represents the whole population. Can you do that? Well, your SOPs, if your SOPs are written in a way, collecting data in a certain way, you repeat those results. Yeah, you can make that claim that my sample data does represent the population as a whole. Collected all the data that's in the SAP, and I can say it's accurate and it's precise. And those have very definite meanings, but I'm not getting into that today. Okay. Again, you want to be able to replicate the results. If I took that sample today, and the truck took the lab, FedEx came and picked up the samples and got in a train and hit a train, right? My samples are destroyed. I can go back the next day and collect the same results. Collect those same samples, send them out, and I'll get the same results. You want to be able to replicate results. So you compare data from today with yesterday and tomorrow. Always incorporate safety, because everyone wants to go home with the same number of fingers and toes, right? We always do our work safe. Next. So there's how much time I got left? All right, perfect. So group exercise list. So I have these are SOPs. And I think online has some. Should be 5 of them. They're the SOP handouts. Oh, there's 5 different ones. They're all different. There's 5 of them. There are 2 field ones.
So it's section 2.0 survey inventory section.
Yeah, those. So there's 2 field ones and there's 3 programmatic.
They all the same, right?
Yeah.
Public record.
Yeah, everyone can grab their own.
Yeah, like one.
Everyone got one?
This one is missing. Well, I have, this one is missing, this one is not. But I don't know that we need them. Everybody has what they need.
Not here for. Okay. If there's,
Does online have them?
They're on the website, but I'm dropping all those.
So the group exercise, you can work individually or if you want to do a group, that's fine. We don't have. But the task here is to read through these SOPs. I'll tell you right now, they're not very good. They're poorly written. Okay, so some of them are old. Some I wrote years ago and they're drafts but the exercise here is to go through them and identify where they're deficient. Right, and there's actually one that was given to me 20 years ago for a supervised site, so these have actually been used. And take a look at them. Go back, do about 10 slides, do that. Right, one more, right there, okay.
That one might have been written by Wiley Coyote.
So you can team up, it's easier, but read through them and just scribble on them, they're just. You can take them home, keep them, or take a look at them and. Figure out in what ways they don't meet the standard or effective SOP.
Yes.
This one.
This one. Okay.
Oh, yeah, and I go down the list now.
Thanks, so.
How much time do they have for this?
Let's do 10 minutes,
Okay.
and then we'll talk about it 10. That should be good.
Right.
And you don't have to do all of them, just pick the ones you want to do. There's 2 field ones and there's 3 programmatic ones. Okay, 1 minute. Well, we'll test this.
We see the after versions when they're all.
No, there's. Well, that's up to you, right?
Right.
You're gonna use, some of those are programmatic, 128.
Oh,
You can take them, they're all just.
Yeah.
These arts are okay, the proof on them.
Right, make sure they are. And first, so you'll be.
Yeah. Could be a first round. It's good
I don't
to have the person that does the work, that is sort of doing it now, is to actually write this. And often you get a first draft. Like, well, you know, I think I can do the job for you, Britt. I can't make this sandwich. Right? Joey's on the wrong side. Okay, let's.
Before you get a review.
So it's just not what are they doing?
All right, okay, time's up. We have north side and south side. The north, which one did you take a look at? Which SOP did you find it most troubling? What did you, what deficiencies did you see?
General, we didn't find. I just did a quick look through all of them, and they, none of them had definitions,
No definitions? You don't know what you're working with?
side authorization.
No.
It's review date.
Yeah, so we don't know where they originated, where they came from, what.
Who's authorizing any of
Who's authorized
Yeah.
to do this work.
And no timeframes, it's just like do sampling, but not how often, like, and then even like one of
You're
them,
looking
like.
at the low flow sample?
Yeah.
What did you find there that was troubling, this, in the Acme one? Could Coyote do this?
Well, he would be as effective as he is anyways.
Why, where can you identify a fail point? If I handed this to a junior field technician,
Well,
what would he, where was it be his first fail point?
knowing exactly which equipment to use and when.
Yeah.
There's an equipment list, but it doesn't define the exact types of equipment. Like,
Yeah.
you can't just have latex gloves, that's.
Right, you can't just have any latex left. And tubing, I mean, it just says attached to, you notice that?
Yeah.
There's
So
a
I-
note in the chat for this one.
Yeah, what's this thing? Where do you record the condition? Yeah. Decon procedure. Yeah, you may have a separate SOP to calibrate the run post pump.
And like Monica mentioned, like even on step 1, check and record the condition of the well. are we doing this daily? Are we doing this hourly? Or are we doing this once a year? So there's no time relation at all mentioned in there.
Yeah, this may apply to a specific site that you're doing monitoring. but that's
Yeah.
Institutional or engineering controls, right? So, you know. This is probably a peanut butter chili sandwich failure, right? It looks really good, right? It's got a diagram, it has some math here. It's got a good
That makes it efficient.
Right.
And it's hard, like.
Yeah.
That'll come.
And you're like,
Oh,
But if, you know, you may have an engineer hand this to someone and he may verbally train him well, and maybe he could perform this. But when that engineer retires or gets moved to another job. Technician that picks this up is, it's gonna have a fail, he's gonna have a fail point eventually. On the south side, which SOP did you adopt, or,
Opportunities for public participation.
oh, okay. What jumped out at you to start, which deficient?
Well, we went through first just that list, you know, all those elements and just what was there, what was present, before we even, or what was there, what was missing, before we even evaluated the quality of that stuff, right? So
Right,
there's no title page, like, oh, like that whole first bullet point is missing. No table of contents, but we don't think that's necessary here. No purpose statement.
well, this big long paragraph there,
That's the scope.
yeah, okay,
I mean, like, there's no, I mean, based on what you were saying earlier,
no
right?
purpose.
Purpose should be like purpose,
What's the
like
goal,
one
right?
sentence,
What's your purpose, right?
yeah.
What are organizational goal you're trying to attain by writing this SOP?
So technically does have scope. Technically, let's see here, does have responsibilities, no definitions. No tools and equipment.
Who's responsible for this SOP?
Yeah, we don't know any of that.
Don't know, right?
Does have procedures, but all
Advisory
those,
group,
all those last,
Or says there's a manager list.
that last set of 4 bullet points, none of that is there. Revision history, the date, the version, that. But then in looking through the actual like. Content, what is present, we didn't get all the way through. But
Do you find a step-by-step process that's sequential in this SOP? You find a process written in here, a step-by-step process that you.
No.
follow?
Well, it became obvious that we need an SOP on how to review.
yeah.
Yeah.
We had different ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question, I mean, not a question on
Yeah,
community outreach, you know, like some projects that we've done, we've got 20 communities on our list. And a
right,
couple of communities that we did projects on, you know, those are the only community meetings that I had to go to. And after that community, we went to radio station to Resno. But as far as community outreach, we just put it community that project.
and you can define those terms in SOP.
No.
You
Oh,
can't,
you can, yeah,
Yeah.
you can. No, you can even, you know. put it-
so that's your policy, you know, you may have a community engagement plan.
Yeah.
Overall, this is our plan of how we do community engagement. And then you have an SOP, how you effectively do it. You could do an SOP per site that you're working with, or per community. You can define those terms and write your SOP accordingly.
Like Rosewood community and St. Francis community and Mission community, those are the communities that have the most. Buildings per se, as far as the abandoned. All these contaminants. That's just like these. Some mercury switches, but.
And you'll find that, like this, the public participation, it's wordy, it's very wordy, right? And with a lot of goals and aspirations, but nothing specific. Defining a
Yeah,
process.
lots of words, but doesn't tell you much.
You need like the why statement, like,
Right, right.
It defines people, but it doesn't tell what they're doing.
Right,
Yeah, so we,
You don't have a buck stop here person identified.
right, yeah.
they're all basically doing something. Also responsibilities.
Well, what I do find with SOPs is people write them in the context of other SOPs, but they don't realize, and don't ever write within this one that this refers back to. Like they'll write definitions for everything in its own chapter. And then the actual thing you take out in the field gets separated. And then the major book gets lost and this is the only thing left.
Something like that.
So, and nobody ever mentions that this is referring back to, you have to go back to this reference. So it's always taken out of context a lot. And context is never put in individually.
Everybody knows how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right?
Can I say a big thing on this one is,
Yeah.
like y'all were saying, but it just hit me like,
Public,
I first thought this was,
public participation.
the audience was the staff, but to me, it seems like it's the public, right? Just light bulb, sorry, I just was like,
Yeah.
Is it
So I just
public?
had written it.
yeah, if this is about how they can get involved in the decision-making process. Like, it's very, yeah, not effective or clear at the beginning, like call this number if you see something, or go to our website for updates on meetings, or call so-and-so. It just has like, I don't know, it's kind of a hodgepodge of like, provide hard copies, like of what staff.
You know, public record.
Yeah, sorry, but like,
It's a copy.
yeah, it just seems like it's not clear if it's for internal use or external. So I think that's a big thing. Maybe you can do both and you have two sections.
Well, that's why I think it was a definition, because it doesn't define
Exactly.
public.
Know your,
Or what a public.
know your
is.
audience, like.
Yeah, the
I mean,
audience
two
is
people
not
together,
as
it's a
fuzzy.
public.
Well,
Right.
fine. I thought it was for staff at first, but then I was like, oh no, this could be for the public.
But any
Give a comment.
person that has an interest is a stakeholder anyway.
Right,
so.
right. I need some work. Fail,
We just don't work fail, huh?
or try again.
Yeah, so like on the public record one,
Nice
it makes a list of a lot of ways they can reach out to the public, but it doesn't say how to do each one of these. It doesn't say when to do each one of these, which ones they're doing.
It doesn't really define who the public is.
Who is the public? Who are they actually engaging to? So, you know, who's the benefit? Remember the application part, scope and application. But these all fail on many levels, right? Okay. All right, we're got the slides. The last slide. Right. One more, right there, okay. All right, SOPs require commitment, so I'm asking you to commit, right? Commit to your goals. Understand your brand, right? What you want to portray, what is your reputation? What do you want to make sure these SOPs do, right? Obviously, the public record, this person that wrote this is not the center of communication, right? He's just not, it's not cutting. He's got all these aspirations and goals, but he doesn't have any process of how he's actually gonna succeed in it. So understand it, again, the SOP is your baseline. This is my minimum standard of achieving this. And task that supports this goal. Your organization goal will have many SOPs holding it up. Many ways, many things have to support this your organization goals that you. So if you write it, you're expected to do it. So if you write it, do it. Right? And as things change, as regulations change, as environment change, update it, improve on it. You write it, test it, make sure it works. So have the person that's actually doing it now write it and then revise it, update it, and then give it to someone that is not involved in the process, see if they can repeat it. And know your audience, right? So know who's going to be reading it, forming this SOP, and write to that audience. So if you're dealing with engineers, scientists, highly trained people, that's different than if you're working with technicians, right? So know your audience, write to that audience. And then know your customer, or who benefits from, it, understand who benefits. So we go back to your people, the bubble with all the people. You always have to work with people and think about who benefits. So, when it comes to doing tasks, especially field tasks, when there's health and safety requirements, it's just not about the worker doing the work safely. It's about all the people that he associate, about his family members, right? All the people in his world. That worker, everyone benefits. Workers go home safely and they're not contaminated. So know your customer, know who benefits, and train your staff and train them well. And the SOP again is the perfect way to bring on staff and train them. Because people move, there's always attrition. You may move on, but you leave behind your legacy, the SOPs. This is how this job was done, this task was done, and was done effectively, efficiently. Especially it's involving data collection, records, but comparable data, comparable records, prior years to current year, future years. Train your staff, prepare for those changes, and review and look at your SOPs every year and update them. And and commit. So I'm asking you to adopt those organizational goals. Adopt all of them, some of them, or make up your own. I just came up, right? And think on what your reputation, what brand you bring to them. When you talk to your people, we want to achieve this. We want to be center of knowledge. We want to be able to transfer that knowledge. Talk about what kind of knowledge. We want to do this because we're protectors. We're water protectors. We're protecting the land, the water, the air, protecting all that. And these are the factors that are important for us. So this is the why, and talk to your staff about those things. And we're gonna write these SOPs because this supports that overall way to do it. The SOP proven they're successful, not only making sandwiches, but doing environmental work. We use these all the time. Is there any questions from the online, anyone? So the last group asked me, in my experience, was my greatest failure. I was like, what? Actually, the word, what was your greatest train wreck? And I go, well, it wasn't a train wreck, but I've been doing this work for over 30 years, do environmental work, engineering and land surveying. And I tell you, there have been failures. And if I had good procedures, and even if I had good procedures, I did train and good. There's been times, and if you do this long enough, there will be times when things go wrong. If things go right, you can always go back to your SOP, review what was the process,
Our people in our community.
the greatest train wreck I ever had. Is
In
like
the past life.
my staff
managed the-
created a full-blown enforcement. And
They're still me.
because they didn't follow. So we're doing.
You're fine, I just am like.
We're cutting a survey line in Colorado National Forest. Timber survey. And it's very strict instructions with Forest Service where it is, don't bring any fire, don't smoke, don't do any of that, right? And I know, anytime you do a Forest Service, anything, you have to be prepared for the fire. So if you're a contractor doing anything, digging, excavating, all that,
It was, so like.
you have to have firefighting equipment. So we did all that, we followed the rules, but I had one staff member that called him Smokey, smoked up, he puffed all the time. And he thought he could beat the rules, he would smoke a little bit, and brush it in his hands and move on. But at some point on the surface, dropped on him. He moved on down the line, he still served that, going down miles of it. And they, from a number, it's full blown. Not that case. No, it's too late, they're too far down the line. Any other questions?
No, this was great.
Okay.
Super, thank you. Okay, so 10:30, we'll come back.
That's competition with that, right? As well. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna play around the Jeopardy and the way we're gonna do this, you're gonna raise your hand. If you have the answer, raise your hand. Megan's gonna help me figure out who raised their hand first. When you raise your hand, say your name and give me the question. Remember, you have to answer in the form of a question.
Yeah.
Right? And if you give me the, yeah, give me the wrong answer. You hear that, right? You know, get the right answer, you'll get the name, right? See, it makes, you get the right answer, you get to pick the next category, right?
And you get a 50.
You get it. I'll pick the first category. Yeah, I'll pick the first category and then Hannah's doing the online. All right, okay, here. I haven't done it with the stick of. Give it a shot. So all these are related to fast food restaurants. Okay, so you all heard these things. So the questions all refer to fast food restaurants, right? So, Burger King.
What is?
Having your way. So the categories are fast service, low price, quality, catchphrases, healthy choices. They all relate to fast food restaurants. So the first category we're gonna do is catchphrases for 100. So,
What is McDonald's?
and now you pick the next category.
Let's do quality for $400.
Forgot to do.
Permit.
What is Chick-fil-A? Oh, no, it's not.
Remember who we did, because it doesn't cross it out, so.
Oh,
Okay,
well, we'll read.
okay, you can remember, pick category.
Okay, so low price for 500.
Ooh, great.
Oh.
Going for it. No. You want? Online?
What is it, Walmart?
No,
It's fast food.
Oh, it's fast food, sorry.
Yeah. Well, give them the answer, so that one fails. Remember SOP? Andy, it's for real. Okay. I'll pick the next category, catchphrases for 200. Who says have your way? It's Burger King.
I help you.
Yeah.
What's the next category?
Healthy choices 300.
For 100?
300.
Got it?
What is Subway?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, go get it.
Fast service 200.
Fast service for 200.
Domino's.
Have a corporate question.
Oh, we got
What
it.
is Domino's?
What is Domino's? My bad.
What is Domino?
Bye.
Yay! Yeah, but he had his hand raised first.
Pick category.
Oh,
Fast food service for 300.
That's what we just did, right?
Oh, really? Yeah, I got it right. What, two?
Best service for 200.
That was
Oh,
that.
That's 500.
300 then.
Yeah. This is why I can't sleep. Because I just start getting.
I'm looking up, but I stopped myself.
Right there. Right.
What is Sonic?
Yeah.
Good category. It's got more cozy.
Answer it.
Quality, 500.
This fast food restaurant says quality you can take.
Quality.
Apparently not.
That's a lie.
No one? One?
Anyone online?
Okay, I'll pick the next two.
What's?
Oh,
Wait,
we have one on mine.
got one?
Christina, go ahead, you can unmute.
I think I know the answer. What is in and out?
In and out.
All right. Pick a category.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, I need some money. Let's go with healthy choices, 500.
Oh. Okay, this fast food restaurant says eat well, feel good. Anyone online? Yeah.
You know what, Christina?
I don't know the answer.
You throw me out.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Online, look, they're probably AI.
What is factor?
What? This category catchphrases for 300.
What is
Get bigger category.
Let's go. Crazy, 400. That's a good thing.
What is Wendy's? From the 80s.
Got that right?
Yeah, look at it. What is Wendy?
Yeah.
Pick a category,
I will take quality for 400.
quality 400. This one says keep going. Did that one? Pick 500. Did we do?
Yeah.
Price.
I thought that was 500.
Where am I at?
Quality 500. This restaurant says quality you can take.
We did that one too.
300. We already did quality 300.
That's the one.
This is 500.
We already
Yeah, we
did that.
did it.
Do it again, get a koozie.
It was sweet.
Oh, right.
Try 300.
300. Always, this fast food restaurant says always fresh, never frozen.
Oh, we got one. Yeah.
Freddy's?
Go ahead.
What is Wendy's?
That is.
Again. Anyone else? Yeah. Get bored. Okay.
There's no that for potatoes.
Anna, pick a category.
I don't know what we've done.
Catchphrase 500.
Okay.
Make a run for the board at this restaurant.
Oh.
Make a run for the board.
What is talk about?
What are you talking?
I just.
Pick a category.
Low price 400. Yeah, we were.
This restaurant says buy them by the sack.
Oh.
Rizzo.
No, I think it's
White Castle?
I think it's White Castle. What is White Castle?
Well, it's IHOP.
What is White Castle? Pick a category. Okay, I think for I think healthy choices, someone over there.
Which?
300.
Alright.
This restaurant.
Did it.
Four hundred. This restaurant says fresh ingredients made to order.
That's boring.
I just heard that.
And it's not our fees.
Is that?
Let's check on it.
That's
Subway.
What is
Oh,
turkey?
I-
Okay, I think we're running out.
Have they had?
Right?
I don't think we've done all those. Click on 300. Low price, 300. This restaurant says, I'm ready.
No, this one.
I got it.
Oh, this one.
I don't know.
Megan.
What is Papa John's?
No. That's not people.
Anyone online?
Yeah, there's someone online.
Anyone online?
Go ahead.
Who is Little Caesars?
Yes.
What?
Which one do we, okay, we do 400, low price for 400? We did that, we do low price for 500.
This one? Yeah. That's fine.
This restaurant says value every day.
We did this on.
We did this one.
I said. Yeah.
200, alright,
Classic phrase is 100.
that was the first one.
That's perfect.
Low price 100?
We did, let's do healthy choices for 100. Did we do that one? Eat fresh.
That's the way.
What is that?
What is Subway?
Yes, yay.
Okay.
I don't think we did the low price
I
100.
think we're about that. Healthy choices for 200, did you do that? This fast food restaurant says food with integrity.
Huh,
So it's not more.
Integrity, yeah, we talked about integrity.
so they don't serve food there.
They don't serve food.
Anyone online? Okay, they're using AI.
What is Chipotle?
Really? Hit the answer. Integrity. Said that? Who said that? All right.
You gotta save your best cocoa.
Did we do 400 under Hill? Did we do all the catchphrases?
We did do all the catchphrases.
I don't think we did low price 100, but I could be wrong.
No price for 100? What fast food restaurant says, why pay more? Yeah, we didn't do this.
Yes.
Yes.
It's Payless shoes. What is Payless shoes?
Payless shoes. Yeah, you love it.
Don't know.
Okay, so
I think it's windy.
Crazy for what?
Talk about it. Okay, let's do Final Jeopardy, right?
Oh, there's a final Jeopardy.
Oh. Okay, you got, everyone take out a pen and write down your answer. Don't show your neighbor. You know, turn your paper over.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you put your wager down. You're gonna wager all your food. Okay. So you put down your wager, and click to see the question. Sorry, just kind of okay. Final Jeopardy, this coffee chain slogan tied to its goal of becoming this resource positive by cutting carbon, water, waste, and its waste footprint in half by 2030. This reflects its vision to give more than we take from the planet. This is they espouse this value. We give more than we take from the planet. So, so write your answer, hide it. And
Do it in the form of a question. Yeah.
in the form of a question, this
Yeah. Whatever works for yourself.
But do we believe them?
All right, Kate, what's the answer?
Okay. Has everyone got their answer written?
Yep.
Got it? Okay. All right, strolling the.
Paige, what's your answer? What's your guess?
What is Starbucks?
Like, yeah.
Yay, it's not Starbucks.
All right. Yeah, one.
That's
Yeah.
Starbucks.
But let's start with, okay. All right, thank you for joining us, Whichever.
And the lesson learned here is that branding can be important, but sometimes branding doesn't work. Some branding works, some doesn't. We remember it. You know, but you don't know.
Gotta have a good,
Oh,
all right.
I remember.
Dina, are you there?
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
I'm here.
Christina Lottie.
His guy though has like 2 minutes.
But we'll wait, we're gonna wait for Christina. Christina's next.
Their food.
Hi, Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Am I on the stage?
You are.
You're a big.
Oh, this is really hard after talking about food and now I'm up, Jennifer. This is not good. And now I know everybody's hungry and they want to eat. So. But I can get through this and then I'm sure you guys are gonna be ready, so ready to enjoy your lunch together. So let me go ahead and share my screen so that you guys can see my slides. And I have sent it to Hannah so she can share these slides with you as well after the presentation. So please let me know once you see my screen. Hopefully this works okay. Here. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we're seeing, yeah, there you go.
Let me take this down. How's that?
Perfect, Christina.
Okay, great. I'm not able to see the room. So I just wanted to get a feel of who's in the room, Jennifer, before I get started. Just want to know how many people are in the room.
Oh goodness, how many people are in this room? If you are a full, TRP or, working for a tribal program, can you raise your hand? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tribal Brownfields folks, EPA from either region. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. EPA between 7 and 8. Consultants. 1, 2, 3 consultants. And then tab providers, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including Hannah and Haley, our photographer and event coordinator. So it's a good mix of folks here.
Awesome, thank you. It's just really hard to see by the position of the camera. So I just wanted to see, who I'm talking to and who's in the room. I'm glad you guys can make it to the region 7 and 8.
Yeah, there's quite a few people online too.
Online, awesome. That's great. I'm glad that you could share that with me, and I'm excited to be here with all of you. And welcome to this session. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to attend the Region 7A Tribal Workshop with you today. And my name is Christina Lottie. Some of you have met or had the opportunity to meet at the National Brownfields Conference or the TLEF that just happened not long ago. So I'm glad to be with you today to share a little bit about some updates. I am serving as the OBLR Tribal Coordinator and also the Project Officer for KSU Tribal Tab, Go KSU Tribal Tab staff of the cooperative agreement with Jennifer and Oral that are with you today and these last 2 days. And I'll just be walking through really some key update and program updates, grant opportunities, and also just reviewing some technical assistance resources that really has already been shared with you these last 2 days, but I'm happy to review those again with you. But I also just want to take a moment to recognize the EPA tribal coordinators for Region 7 and Region 8, Jennifer Morris and Ted Lanzino, and they are really on the ground every day supporting this work and really the Brownfields work overall, and none of this could have been possible without their support. So I thank both of them for championing and being a part of this tribal workshop. Can you guys see this slide here?
Yes.
Awesome. I know we all love AI. I know I do. I've been like really diving into AI the past couple months. But I just wanted to say that EPA does not supply and or review any AI generated summaries of this training or workshop that you guys have, and especially our sessions today. That's including not only my presentation, but also the ACRES presentation that will be happening later on after your lunch. And you know, an AI generated summary may not correctly capture everything that we're going to talk about today. So just be mindful of that. In any AI generated summary you might receive via email, it's not from EPA. So I just had to say that with you guys today. Not sure if any of that will happen, but I had to share that with you. Okay, so before I jump into the updates, I wanted to just share with you guys some familiar faces of the Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization. You might have seen some of us, you might have met some of us at the National Brownfields Conference. I was the only one and Jerry at the TLEF, but perhaps you've had conversations with some of these team members, but I just wanted to take the time to share with you the OBR staff. The Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization is composed of really 3 teams that you see here. It's the budget team, the grants team, and the land revitalization and outreach team. And each of these teams are championed by team leaders, and that's Kelly championing the budget team, Rachel is championing the grants team, and Amy, who's championing the land revitalization and outreach team. So you might have spoken to any one of those 3, or maybe even met them in person. Hopefully you have. But we have 2 updates to share with you that are coming from our office. And one is that we are really excited to have Jerry Minor Jordan English as officially our deputy director. She was in the acting role during the National Brownfields Conference, but now this is like hot off the press, guys, like just yesterday, that she is officially the Deputy Director for the Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization. So we are really fortunate to have her serving in this role, leading us and supporting our work. And also new to our office is Emily Eisenhower. She has recently joined our office, and she's working on social science research and capacity building. And she's going to be under the Amy's team, which is the land revitalization and outreach team. So we welcome Emily. You might have an opportunity to talk to her and connect with her at some point, but she's all about trying to develop some capacity building efforts for us. So we're happy to share these updates with you, and super excited again to have Jerry fully on board as our Deputy Director. So let's begin with the latest updates for Brownfields grants, starting with the Section 128A program. So here on this slide, as you are aware, in FY25, we allotted funds to 173 cars for approximately $105.4 million. And just to note that in FY 24, there was 169 cars for the amount of 106 million. So as we look towards FY 26, one thing to be aware of is that the president's budget has zeroed out EPA's funding for categorically stag appropriations. What does this mean exactly? Yeah, what is STAG? STAG stands for the State and Tribal Assistant Grants, and it's one of the types of funding EPA awards to grantees. Categorically, STAG is a particular grouping of STAG's funding programs, which you might be aware of already, and it makes up most of the grants that are eligible for performance partnership grants, the PPGs. So the State and Tribal Response Program, or the CERCLA 128A program, is a categorically STAG program. So remember, that is that, you know, the president's budget is kind of like the president's wish list to Congress. It outlines the administration's budgetary priorities and signals to Congress what the president wants to invest in and divest from. So, you know, the Congress uses this president's budget as a basis for their budget hearings and negotiations for the FY 26 hearing budget. And negotiations have started already around this. So as we have seen over the many years, this process takes a long time, and it is why we often go through multiple CRs before getting to a final budget. So just going back to the 128A, with this knowledge in mind and remembering that the program was zeroed out of the first Trump's presidential budget, we will begin planning for the FY 26 cycle using FY 25 levels as our basis. And as the budget hearings proceed, more information comes out and becomes available to us. We will adapt our plans accordingly, if necessary. So I'm going to be speaking a little bit more about this budget update in a future slide, but I just wanted to point that out. So alongside response program funding, EPA also continues to support communities through brownfields job training grants. I believe this was mentioned yesterday in one of the sessions. I can't remember which one, but I was happy to hear that there was a shout out for JT grants and the fact that the NOFA was published. So thank you for whoever mentioned that. But the FY 25 Brownfields Job Training Grant selections were announced last December, and EPA selected 16 communities to receive $7.7 million. These grants allowed, nonprofits, local governments, and other organizations to recruit, train, and place unemployed and underemployed residents of areas affected by the presence of brownfield sites. So the FY 26 Notice of Funding Opportunity, the NOFO, is currently open, and it will close on September 26, 2025, and with an estimated $10 to $14 million available in funding. And just some important reminders regarding this. The FY 25 recipients are not eligible for this round. Coalitions are eligible, but non-led members can't apply directly. In addition, threshold criteria responses are required, and it must be included as an attachment to the narrative. One important item to highlight is that our new best practices guide is out and available. So the Brownfields Job Training Best Practices Guide, which you might have picked up at the National Brownfields Conference if you attended, is available online, and it presents basically a guidance and strategies that are used by successful Brownfields JT grantees to develop sustainable programs and can be found on our website. And again, I'll share these slides. Hannah will share these slides with you so that you can connect to that website and see that. So great, exciting news about JT and the NOFO being out. So we look forward to receiving those applications. And now let's move up to the updates on MARC grants, the multi-purpose assessment, revolving loan, and cleanup grants that many of you may be familiar with already. So the FY25 assessment, RLF, and cleanup competition is winding down, and we anticipate announcing selection soon, after which EPA regional offices will begin work plan negotiations and awarding grants. So there are some important changes that I wanted to just bring to your attention regarding the NOFO to consider. And this is the current EPA Brownfields Assessment Grant recipients and multi-purpose grant recipients must demonstrate that payment has been received from EPA, also known as a drawdown, and drawdown funds have been dispersed for at least 70% of each assessment and multi-purpose cooperative agreement they have with EPA by October 1st, 2025, in order to apply for the FY26 community-wide assessment grant. So please make sure you are aware of that. And then current EPA Brownfields Assessment Grant and multi-purpose grant recipients, both lead and not lead coalition members, must demonstrate that payment has been received from EPA, very similar to what I just mentioned, with at least 75% of each assessment and multi-purpose cooperative agreement they have had with EPA by October 1st, 2025, in order to apply for the FY26 assessment coalition grant. And the last update I just wanted to point out for this is that current EPA Brownfields CY grant recipients must demonstrate that payment has been received from EPA, and the drawdown funds for this has to be at least 60% of the cooperative agreement they have with EPA by October 1st, 2025, in order to apply for the FY26 CWAG grant. So a lot of information here. Again, I'm happy to share with you these details, and you will have more as the NOFO is released for the MARC grant. So stay tuned for that. But please feel free to follow up with me if you have questions regarding what I just shared. So again, at this time, we don't have any really specific updates to share regarding the FY26 grant competition, but anticipate offering funding opportunities very, very soon. So please just keep a watch out and keep a lookout for announcements for that. So looking further ahead, let's talk about what the FY26 funding cycle will look like and what changes are coming. So on this slide, here's where things stand as it relates to the FY26 and beyond. So FY26 will be the last year for the IIJA, otherwise known as the bill funding. And the response program should start planning on how they will scale back programs in FY27 as a result of this less federal funding being available. And OBLR anticipates returning to historical funding levels, which average approximately $84 million for CERCLA 104K grants and $45 million for CERCLA 128 grants. And these levels are approximately a third of the funding that has been available before through bill. As I mentioned previously, the president's budget for FY26 proposed zeroing out the EPA's category stag appropriations, which includes the 128A program. So both the House and the Senate did write 128A into their budget bills because it signals that there is this desire from Congress to keep these programs funded in FY 26. So that's kind of a good thing. Congress uses this president's budget, as you're aware, as the basis for their budget hearings and will begin their negotiations, as I mentioned before, for the FY 26 budget. But just for your awareness, the House bill released mid-July proposing funding for EPA, and that is for 128A, 42.25 million, and for 104K, 84.725 million. And the Senate released their funding for brownfields, which is 46.25 million for the 128A program and 98 million for 104K. Again, this is not final. As I just mentioned, Congress is still working through negotiations to pass a final budget. And so we're waiting to find out what that looks like, even to see if there's going to be a continuing resolution as it has before. So that said, we're still planning for FY 26 using the FY 25 funding levels as a baseline, unless we otherwise hear different from that. So one, really practical suggestion is really to, especially look at as the bill funding ends, that tribes consider applying for the community-wide assessment grant for states and tribes. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, this is available this year. So as a reminder, these are only available to states, federal recognized tribal nations, and eligible Native corporations in Alaska to address brownfield sites in their jurisdictions. So this is something that you could consider, particularly since the funding is ending this year, to apply for the CWAG Street grant. Applicants may request up to 2 million to assess sites contaminated by hazardous substance, pollutants, contaminants, or petroleum. So awards are going to be funded under this Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Therefore, activities carried out for each of these are approved, and an eligible site may exceed 200,000 per grant. Again, the performance period for this is 5 years. So I would really strongly advise that you plan early, consider the CWAG Street grant if you haven't already, and really think about how you're going to plan things out moving forward for FY 26 and beyond. So in addition to grant funding, EPA also provides technical assistance resources to help communities build capacity and make the most of their opportunities. You have KSU Tribal Tab right in the room, and they've repeated over and over the past couple, these 2 days with you, that resources are available and to lean on them for support. And indeed, that's for you to do, and they're happy to help you in any way they can. So just looking at this, just a really quick overview of the different technical assistance offered as a refresher for those who may not be familiar with the other technical assistance that's offered in the Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization. But as you see, it's the grants are the TBA providers, the National TA technical assistance, and the Section 128A STAGs. And then for contracts, we have the targeted brownfields assessments, which was mentioned yesterday, which is really great, and land revitalization technical assistance. So a lot is offered, a lot of resources. You really just have to tap into that and utilize it to the most of your ability. So the technical assistance is, flexible and available to communities and tribes in many, many ways. STAGs specifically help small communities, tribes, and disadvantaged areas. So let's look a little closer at the technical assistance to brownfields tab providers and how they support your work. So you guys are familiar with these different tabs. You might have actually interacted with them if you had the opportunity to go to the National Brownfields Conference. They had their own little section which was super cool to see, and also their own sessions that you had an opportunity to go and speak to them specifically as it relates to technical assistance. But currently contracts are running from October 2023 through September 28. So that's great news. You can, definitely tap into each of these different areas that they support, training that they provide, which are listed in these bullet points here. From preparing grant applications to reviewing historical information, design of investigations, sampling, field analysts, and even cleanup and redevelopment planning. So each of these tab providers are divided up into various regions. You can see on this map here, I won't go through each one, but you can identify them by the colors, and the numbers are associated with the regions. And I'm going to go ahead and move forward. So beyond, regional tab providers, EPA also funds topic-specific technical assistance available nationwide. And some of these here are listed on this slide. Of course, KSU Tribal Tab focusing really on technical assistance to tribal nations and entities. So that's very specific, right? And then you have others like Grow Work USA, Grow America, UMass, Dartmouth, and the Center of Community Progress in ICMA, which is the host and sponsor for the National Brownfields Training Conference. So, these fill the gaps beyond just traditional brownfields work, such as, housing, displacement, nonprofit partnerships. These really do target specific technical assistance needs for the work that you do. So it's really important that you again reach out and try to connect to your tab provider and see what kind of resources they can help you with. And finally, I just want to highlight EPA's dedicated technical assistance for the tribal nations and entities, and that's KSU Tribal Tab. I can't just come on and speak to you today without just acknowledging their work and what they've done already and continue to do for many, such as yourself. This again is very specific technical assistance and resources that they provide. All of you and many others on this slide are their goals and what they really try to focus on and bring to your attention, all about building those partnerships and relationships with each one of you and others. And again, really just supporting the tribal community and stakeholders with involvement with activities around development and building up your programs, your communities, cleanup, reuse of brownfield properties, and so on and so forth. So it goes on and on. So great work that KSU Tribal Tab is doing, and I hope that each one of you really does take the time to tap into what's provided for you. Very specific, tailored needs. So this really just wraps up my EPA headquarters program updates, and I hope this gives you just a clear picture of where we are with the funding and assistance opportunities. I'll be glad to answer any questions or hear about any priorities that maybe you would like more support for moving forward in the work that you do. I'd love to hear that today if you want to share that with me. But before I do close, I just want to give, again, a big shout out to KSU Tribal Tab, Jennifer and Earl. You are truly the backbone of this work and helping tribes navigate their challenges, assessing resources, finding resources for them. And they are an incredible resource to all of you sitting in the room and those online and those who haven't been connected yet to them. So thank you again for inviting me. It's really a pleasure just to be with you. And I wish I was there in the room to even go through the Jeopardy game. It's really, it's better to be in person for that than online, but I did get a chance to chime in there. So thank you again for having me a part of this workshop. And I'll turn it back over to Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. We have questions for Christina, but we still have her. Jennifer Morris.
Question for Christina. Christina, thank you for coming. I appreciate you very much. You can't see me because I'm in the back. I have a question about the Seaweg Street grant. We had a question yesterday about extending our bill work plans out more than 5 years or 5 years. Would it be better to maybe get a Seaweg Street that is less than $2 million? And have that for 5 years rather than take too much bill and try and extend it year after year after year?
Yeah, good question, Jennifer. It does depend on the program and looking at your budget, what's best for you. So I'm gonna defer that to you guys to make that decision. I think that it's really something that you have to kind of come to the table and decide if is it better for you or not. We're happy to think things through with you or support you in any way through that process, but it really comes down to the program's decision on making that final decision or not.
Question is, competitively, would you be at risk if you didn't ask for 2 million? Would it be cool to ask for just 1.5 million or just 1 million if that's all you needed?
Yeah, great question on that. I don't anticipate it being a problem if you're not even asking for the max on that. So, if a program really doesn't need the full 2 million, then why would you be requesting that? If you're not gonna be, if you're not seeing that you're gonna be using those full amounts, moving forward. So yeah, Jennifer, I think that's again, something that you shouldn't be dinged for.
And that's probably a good strategy for all of the competitive grants, correct?
Right.
Just
Well,
be,
yeah, being mindful of the planning of that and how much you're requesting. Mhm.
apply for what you need, that you'll be successful. It's more important that you're successful than
Yes,
applying for the maximum amount just to get the maximum amount.
Right. And with Bill running out, now's a great time. If you really need 5 years to get your project off the ground, you have 5 whole years to spend all that money rather than trying to get $500,000 and spend it in a year,
Yes,
which is hard to do for anyone.
yes. Yes, and we, both Tribal tab and, your Region 7 tab and Region 8 tab, we're all here. You can come to any of us and we will help you kind of think through and strategize approaches. The competition is gonna open, this is the last year for this, the bill or the IAJA. This is the last year for it, as they keep saying. The competition is gonna open any day now. So if you want to do this, let's have conversations right now about this. And we can get you going in a direction. For sure. I have a question, Christina, or anyone from EPA. I don't know if you can answer it. I don't know if you do know the answer to it. Will the competitive grants will the tribes continue to be scored against just tribal applicants? Or how are tribes scored? Let me ask that. I think I don't have an understanding of how the communities are scored in general for these grants.
It's a national competition, Jennifer.
Okay. So everybody's scored together.
Yes.
Okay,
People who are familiar with tribes are the ones who are scoring tribal grants.
okay. Thank you.
On that same note, What will it take to have a set aside specific to tribal competition?
Sure. You know. Make it appeal, but there isn't currently in the statute. I'm gonna let Christina answer that.
Is that something the T-Bar steering committee should start? Have you been, there's that's about that for us satisfied?
I'll let Christina answer that very hard question.
Yeah, it is a hard question, Jennifer. But before I chime in on that, I just want to go back to Jennifer. Chauncey, I'll circle back to you and talk to you a little bit about that process and how that works so that you understand a little bit more about the selection process of that. But yes, Jennifer, to your point, what would it take to have a tribal set aside? That's a great question, and we're at EPA headquarters discussing that with the TR steering committee members. That is on their hot topic list of things to discuss in December when they visit us. So more to come regarding what that looks like and what will it take. We are definitely in discussions with the steering committee members to look at that to see exactly how we can address that question. So I don't have anything, unfortunately, to answer today, but maybe in December.
Do we have any other questions for Christina while we have her?
I'll do another one. These are softballs, Christina. We had a really successful land revitalization contract technical assistance here in Region 7 with the Ponca tribe. And they presented at TLEF about that land revitalization project. I think several folks got to hear about that. I wondered what the current status is of the land revitalization technical assistance. I know that was sort of on hold. If you want to tell us about getting that going again, and if those projects are available and what people need to do to communicate with EPA about projects that they want to put in the hopper.
Yeah, Jennifer, you can channel those to me. You don't have to wait, actually, if you have some ideas already in mind of what that TA looks like. The land revitalization outreach team that's that's championed by Amy. They are in full force in working on opportunities regarding technical assistance around land revitalization. So if there's some ideas that are just kind of floating around that you want to address or talk about, I'm happy to connect with you after this workshop and see what that looks like, and even connect you to Amy and her team to see how best they can support you. And I just wanted to ask you, did you get a chance to visit the EPA land revitalization technical assistance site yet? It is updated.
That's a no.
No, okay. There's a new toolkit. I will place that in the chat. I'm not sure if anyone has had opportunity to see that yet. But again, I'm happy to hear what those technical assistance opportunities look like for you, Jennifer.
Yeah, I was sort of a softball for everyone to be like maybe thinking of ideas that they could give to their respective project officers and funnel them up to you. Because we have that good project here. And I would love to see more of those projects in Indian country.
Yeah, agree. Those projects are really great. The OBLR, the land revitalization technical assistance projects, and we have we KSU tab, and not yet with tribal tab, but we're kind of this, all in this together, right? we have had some successes where we've worked, you know, different projects, but collaboratively with EPA to help communities kind of cover more ground, or, you know, maybe here's this area that we're working on, but we need this thing and we need this thing. So EPA can do one piece and TAP can do one piece, or, you know, we have this large area and this large area that they both need a thing. So TAB can do one area and EPA can do another area. So we can work together on these projects too, for the benefit of you all, to make sure that you're getting absolute like maximum benefit from these resources.
Questions, everybody in the room, and sad that I wasn't with you in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to be with you virtually. And if you need to contact me, I'll put my email in the chat box. But Jennifer, feel free to share that with folks in the room if they're not able to access that chat. And thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And Christina's slides are going to be available, or maybe already are available, not yet. They will be available on the event website. All of the slides that you're seeing will be a resource for you on the webpage where you registered. So you go back and look at all of this stuff after we're done here.
And will all of the links that have been in the chat be captured?
I saved a few of them. I can go back and save all of them. I don't know how much you guys wanna dig through if I save everything to the webpage. You already have to scroll a lot, so I can, but that's a lot of stuff. So
If it's easy enough to save the links, we can just create one document that's just like links that were shared in the chat. And then we can just have that, we can add that up there. Or Hannah can add that for us. Please and thank you.
I know that, like, for example, yesterday, Christina, thank you, had put up the TBA, the applications for both Region 8 and Region 7. So that people have access to those online applications. And people have these toolkits and stuff. It's just always good to have them in another place.
You're muted, Christina.
Thank you again, and you guys enjoy your lunch. Now I can go eat some food.
They have to still work a little bit longer before they get to.
Oh, boy.
Have
Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you again, Jennifer, Oral.
Okay, everyone, we have one more thing and then you get a break. So the next thing we have is we're calling this just a cross-regional roundtable discussion. So this is all of you. This is not us talking. This is you all talking, please. But this is what we were talking about yesterday, kind of giving you a preview for it. We are really interested in having everybody share, you know, your project and your program highlights, and that's good and bad, right? So, you know, what's going well, what are your successes, what are you really proud of? What are you really struggling with? And you know, are there people here that have kind of navigated these same issues that might be able to help you out? Similarly with your successes, maybe you're working on something that someone else is currently struggling with, and your success might really help them get going. And any other just kind of best practices that you have, or big like burning questions that are in your brain that you're just kind of stuck and you're not sure where to go. We have a lot of people here, a lot of brain power to kind of work through all this stuff together. So let's go. Who wants to start? Anyone online? This is gonna be a real short session. sharing of kind of any, so what's going well that you think other people can learn from that you've been doing? What are you struggling with that you would be interested in how other people are navigating that same thing? Or just kind of your best practices of, this is how I've adapted this thing and this is working really well for our program. Or anything else you want to
Well,
share?
I think one challenge we're dealing with right now, and I brought this up in Minneapolis and Chicago. And in a couple of sessions here. You know, we were awarded a cleanup grant, right? And to clean up 4 sites. Wow, we went through all the processes, which is every tribe deals with. Get the money and we put out the RFP. Here's where the problem comes. We we received the bids for these cleanups. And when we get the bids back, the bids are kind of astronomical. Way above what we were awarded. So we had a meeting with our contractor, our environmental manager, and our Brownfield staff, and so we got 4 sites. Now we have to prioritize them. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and so with what we got, finding out, okay, we're gonna have to cut this one. Because we don't have enough money, and that's not as high on the list. And we still had to rebid it out. On one of the RFPs we got on the rebid. It's the lowest, but it's still overbid, but we have to take it. So our deal is that funding shortfall, you know, we talked with one of our guys from Region A, you know, we need more funding, you know, to complete this cleanup. Where are we gonna get it, you know, and I brought it up where, you know, they advise on the state might have funds, right? But a lot of times we're hesitant to deal with the states because of our sovereignty. We don't want the state telling us what to do,
Right.
especially on our own land. So. And I brought up where these contracts are taking advantage of this administration. On trying to get more money, you know, and yet EPA is not giving us enough money. And then with everything going on with this administration, with the tariffs and everything. The contractors want to, you know. Everything's gone sky high prices. I mean, I use my UST site as an example where we were going to get our tanks out of Canada to begin with. But with the tariffs, we had to switch because it was going to cost too much, so we had to go with a company out of North Dakota. So, you know, we're trying to deal. Where are we going to get this extra funding to complete this funding? You know, because we don't want to get dinged by EPA, but by not finishing because it's not our fault. It's the funding isn't there.
Right.
Along with what he's saying, I don't know that there is, except for individual research. It'd be nice if there was a place or a way that we could, you know, a database, if you will, of an average of what it costs to do this or to do that, a good baseline to go off, because I know that, I'm sure it's probably the same over on his reservation, that when non-natives, sometimes or businesses or otherwise, they'll come onto the reservation and they're like, oh, well, these guys have money. You know, they don't know where the money's coming from. They just know it's my tribe, his tribe. You know, so we can charge a little bit more. And I've actually seen that. I can't prove it. I mean, it's hearsay from here on going on. But I mean, the best way I could put it is, I mean, I grew up in Council Bluffs, and the price of groceries for us to last like 2 weeks, 3 weeks was like, say, $300. we go up there or move up to Newtown area where I live at now, and we're paying closer to $450. I understand that's regional, but it also seems like that price regionality actually carries with a little bit more when it comes to having contractor work done.
So, and we see this, I mean, you know, a real good example of that too, that we encounter a lot is in Alaska. I mean, the cost of doing anything in Alaska, I mean, it's just, so you're asking for,
If there's a way to vet pricing on whatever remediation thing, installation, you know, if there's a.
some of that might be good to be led by you all, of like, here's what we're hearing, here's what we're experiencing, you know.
The best that I can do, at least on my end, being our tribe, is I can give an average on what something is for however many structures, this, that, whatever's done. But, you know, there's, you know, if you do a Google search, you stay out of the AI, but you just do Google. And sometimes it's not too bad, but you can actually kind of get a feel for what an average, like say, driveway costs. 50,000 in Minot. I turn around and try to get a driveway quote over where I live at, 60 miles away, and it's like 80,000. And that's just a contract. It doesn't even matter if you're native or not, because it's just black and white print on the screen. You get into talking to a person and you know where they're going, then the price even goes up further. So I mean, I just didn't know if there's a database that base stuff off of.
I mean, you know, aside from, that's another problem. Like in my area, well, with a lot of the Region 8 tribes is we're really rural.
Yes.
And so like my tribe, we're in north central Montana. You know, and Montana is a big state. So we're like north central, and we're 35 miles from Canada. So just to get anybody to come up there, that's gonna make prices high. And I'm not sure if EPA takes that into effect when they're awarding us on our project. Okay, you give us money and our contractors are coming from far away because that's just the way Montana is. Everything's so far apart. Our nearest big metropolitan areas south, it's over 3 hours away.
Yeah.
To the other side of Great Falls, that's almost 3 hours too.
Yeah.
And those are the two biggest cities closest to us.
Yeah, now with, as far as that's concerned, you know, one thing that we do always, you know, kind of recommend to people is this comes into like kind of the storytelling and the writing and things is, you know, it needs to be, I mean, you're limited in how much space, right? You know that, but like these considerations need to be made really, really clear to whoever's reviewing it. So like this cost might seem really high to a reviewer, but why? Why is it so high? Why are you asking for this much? I mean, it doesn't mean it will work, but that's a suggestion that I would have for starting.
I don't think it does work because how many years we've been asking grants from EPA and they haven't figured it out yet.
Right.
So I don't understand that part because we've been applying for grants for years and we're still in that same situation.
Yeah.
And as the years go by, things go high
Yeah,
every year, especially with this industry, you know, and we don't know what's gonna change.
right. So with your 4 sites right now, you said you're just kind of stuck, right? You've had to drop one off completely. Who is anyone else having similar? You know, have you run into the same kind of problem?
I haven't came into it yet. There is a good potential of having to deal with what they're doing. But we don't know yet because we haven't reached that stage on this next project.
And you're the funding, can I ask you that, where's the cleanup funding?
Oh, we got a cleanup grant.
It's a competitive grant? The competitive
I
cleanup grant?
believe it was today.
Okay.
And what we're gonna, so some of that stuff we're doing too, we have to use some of that building. And we have one more year left.
Okay, Paige has a question. Hang on one second, Paige. I'm wondering, and it's kind of, we've got the competition about to start. Have you considered applying again for the site that you've had to drop off?
Well, we're gonna have,
Okay, Okay,
Herman, did you reach out to Jason? With Montana DEQ?
Jason, which Jason?
Jason Seiler, I
Oh.
sent an email.
But isn't he from the state?
Yeah, but they have state resources that they
Right.
can use even on to
Yeah,
support
right.
tribal
I mean,
cleanups.
we have, I don't think we have yet, but we talked about it, but. Like, I just keep bringing up that sovereignty. You know, cause that was brought up with, when we were doing the USPs. You know, we definitely don't want state councils to, I guess.
Well, and they wouldn't, he just. I think it'd be worth a conversation.
Yeah.
Because I do know that they have, especially Montana, and there might be other states too, that have cleanup funds that can support some cleanup. But you still get to do the cleanups within your realm. Like, it's not following their guidelines, it's just a bucket of money that they can put towards some cleanup, so.
Yeah,
It's definitely worth a conversation.
I think
we
it's
can,
like just,
we can sit, if you wanna have that conversation with Jason, we know Jason. You
yeah.
know, Aral and I would,
And
we would be happy to sit and, you know, be part of
Yeah,
that
I just bring
conversation.
that up because we had it sale sites on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And then they give us that money before. Now,
yeah,
now we're letting them know that, hey.
Yeah.
We might only be able to do it.
well, what's your project officer for that grant?
Oh, see, that's another problem. We got another new project.
Oh,
You know, and that's not good. When you're in the middle of your grandfather, we went to one, to another one, now we have another.
right,
All within this grant period, it's this cleanup grant.
and it's the same grant, third
Same
project
grant.
officer?
And. And he's got things he's got to do, so. He's been out of the office sometimes and then, like, we needed him. Cause we're right in the middle of the cleanup, help and housing.
Yeah.
And something happened, there was a house right next to it. And it ended up gonna be needed cleaned up too, but we were waiting on him. You know, cause the contractors needed to go ahead. And since he hasn't been in, we had to just leave it there. Because we didn't get the notice in time to clean it up, so now it's just sitting there, even though the one next to it got cleaned up, so we could have done the same one. I mean, it would have saved a lot of money now, when you rebid it out, now it's gonna cost, because you gotta mobilize it again.
Right,
And see, a lot of that costs for us, was in this contract, like I said, I've seen it before, when you compare all the bids, you see the mobilization charges. So now they're gonna have, whereas they're gonna have, if they get, they're gonna have to remobilize, whereas they could have done it right now and saved a lot of money.
yeah,
So,
Well, and then for me too, like, and then the overall picture of that specific site. It's a cleanup spot and then right next to it's a dirt spot, and it's like, what are our people, our community looking at like that, like, what are you guys doing, why didn't you do that, you know, and that's a whole nother thing to explain to them when we're just getting on board and they're like, yeah, guys.
they're gonna see us cleaning it up,
Click like.
and there's that one right there, why didn't you do that one?
So it's just kind of like something from to talk about, you know.
yeah,
It's.
yeah. Okay. Jen. Yes,
Can I real quick, I just wanna,
yeah, Paige, we didn't forget about you, we'll come back.
just wanna, and Maggie, maybe you can, but the APC tool, the analysis for brownfields cost, it's a tool that we do have online that was developed under Community Lattice. I think some of that migration's maybe still happening, but there is a resource that can provide based on data that's been put in costs comparison by like region or tribal land or different, some things like that. So there is some resource out there, but if you wanna know like, well, what does the average phase one look like? So you can kind of have some comparable to know, oh, is this really crazy out of line or not? You know, there's a lot of variables in there, but that is a tool that's available online and I can share that link.
And that'd be great, because I mean, if it gives us a tool to where we can actually bargain, if we're not against having you do it, whatever, we do like it, but we just can't afford that, but you know, and we can get into that, you know, haggling. I have no problem talking to somebody and saying, you know, let's meet somewhere in the middle. That's to me, that's part of actually doing business in most cases.
Thanks, Michelle, I forget about that.
Sometimes there's no-
Yeah. Paige? Oh, you don't.
need anything. I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
What else? What's something positive? Someone have something exciting that they wanna talk about?
Oh, that site cleaned up last year.
Is that the one we're gonna hear about later? That will be something to look forward to.
Those hours. They kind
I don't have anything exciting or new. This is back to the challenge of this piece, but, we were talking a little bit about tank sites and whatnot, but I feel like for our tribe and myself, there's a lack of capacity and understanding when it comes to, responsibilities, like financial responsibilities and whatnot on, petroleum sites.
Yeah.
And I swear, I have to hear it like over and over, and I know I've asked Jennifer more than once, can you explain this to me again? Why we can't do this, why we can't do that? So I need that education and I need to hear it more because I don't understand it, and it's just gonna take like that constant messaging for me to get it, but like I know that our tribe we bought a less site and there was a lot of back and forth on what we can and can't do and what we can and can't assess, etc. And it was hard for me to understand, and it still is to this day, and that was years ago. And I would like that information because it is very possible that our tribe may be assuming responsibility of another less site.
Yeah, it's the body.
Yeah, and I need to hear that again. I think
You know, I think a good training for that is the UST boot camp. When I started helping our gas station do this, this new entity, economic development company of the tribe took over. They didn't know what they were doing, you know, and I told, hey, you're not just buying this store, I said. You're buying these underground storage tanks and dispensers. I said, and with that comes a lot of regulation. I mean, regulations for USTs are a lot, and one thing about that training, they do talk about financial responsibility. And so that's what I did. I took the project, the guy from the company that's overseeing that. I took him to the training, the UST boot camp in Dallas, 1 year. The following year, I took his manager and assistant manager to the boot camp next year. Because they didn't know nothing about USTs yet. That's part of their, I told them that's your responsibility. I said, I help you out when I do the walkthrough inspection, but that whole thing is your responsibility. And so when they went to them boot camps, they were a little overwhelmed because they didn't realize what it took to run a gas station and what you're responsible for. And so they got a little idea now.
yeah, and then understanding what the state petroleum fund is, and all that. There's just all those little factors that I still don't understand fully.
That's a good point because you bring up the state petroleum fund. Well, I remember with the people that were helping us out. When I had they were, you know, they liked it if we rather got our own insurance. And I said, but we can't afford that. You know, because at the time, these tanks were like 37 years old. You know, insurance companies don't like tanks that are older than 30 years old. So I said, I'd like to stay with the state petroleum fund because it's only 17,500. Pay for the insurance, and that would cover $1 million. But I said, let's just stay with them until we can afford the insurance. Now we got our new tanks. But I still think, let's figure out first that we can maintain that. That fund or funding to pay for that.
Yeah, I have a caveat to that, so that's a boot camp I'm interested too, because, one of our properties, has. Well, I don't know if the tribe's bought it yet, but are interested in has, 5 ASTs and 1 UST, and there's been fuel sitting in them for, over a year. And so, I don't completely know like all the regulations on how, like when it's supposed to be closed. And all that process, and they keep asking me, and I'm like, well, I can do my own research, so I kind of did that, and then I said, well, I got them quotes for disposal and. How to get rid of it before it becomes a bigger problem, pretty much, and they've been posting like $13,000, and they said. Well, what's the fee if it spills? What happens if we don't do that? Cause they don't wanna do that, and so just.
Well, in that same aspect, the company that took over the gas station, just got running, got going again. They own another store on the south end of this place, which has ASTs. Okay, now, and I got to know, okay, now you got a difference here. The one store that has USTs, that's regulated by EPA. The store with AST is not, that's regulated by the US Fire Marshal, whatever that. So you got 2 different codes you gotta go by. But you gotta know that, there's 2 different sets of regulatory.
Hey,
I just want to wait till you're done with this conversation. I have a new can of worms I want to open up.
There it is.
yes,
New one after page.
new one after page, okay. Is it okay if we move on?
Yeah.
Okay, we're keeping notes of this stuff, I don't know what that means, but we're taking notes. Yes, Paige.
All right, so we're gonna talk about QAPPs again. So part of developing a QAPP is you have to have some kind of action levels or remediation cleanup levels and stuff like that. And when I helped develop the QAPP before, we just went by the Nebraska voluntary cleanup program levels and EPA's regional screening levels. Now, Jennifer Morris has always told me, tribes can have more stringent cleanup standards than or action levels or whatever you want to call them than EPA, as long as they're at least EPA's minimum, whatever their standard, right? Okay, that's great. But how do you go about that? How do you develop your own standards? I mean, is there a formula somewhere? Do we hire somebody? I'm running into a problem right now. We're going to be doing some phase 2s on a couple sites, and we're going to test at one site for PFAS, and they're going to test for 40 PFAS. Well, I went through state regulation or state standards, went through all the state standards, went through EPA's, and got some levels, but then there's some chemicals that nobody has any levels for. So I don't want to leave them blank. Why are we testing for them then? I want to come up with some kind of standard, or action limit or whatever. But how do you go about getting those? I mean, I'm not a mathematician, I can't. And math is not a good subject for me, but how do you go about getting those?
Anyone have anything similar or anything they wanna help Paige out with?
Ask another tribe.
Stuart's got something for us.
I can help answer that. I mean, when you have a specific site, first thing you really understand or establish is what the reuse is for that site. What are you gonna use it for? If it's industrial, you know, and is it gonna stay industrial or is it gonna go to a new use like residential? Or are you looking for something more like a park recreation site? So first understand what the reuse of that site is, and that should drive your cleanup levels. Right, so if EPA screening levels aren't strict enough, often they are, you know, we do a risk assessment, establish site-specific cleanup levels. I just did one for a meadow up on top of National Park, Olympic National Park, so we had some very specific risk assessment, we did a very specific risk assessment, to protect the meadow. The meadow, sensitive environment on Alpine Ridge, you know, Hurricane Ridge, so. And you can find data or guidelines for doing these risk assessments. In this case, Alpine environments, there's published documents that you can go out and use as a basis for your risk assessment, or hire a professional that does risk assessments and determine your site specific. But all begins with the, you know, reuse potential for that site. What do you intend to use the site for? And then go from there and then establish your cleanup road.
So Stuart, you're, what I'm hearing is instead of just. Maybe not instead of, but as an alternative to just this COC, this is the standard that, you know, our tribe is setting for this COC across the board.
Right.
Looking at the specific, you know, doing the site specific.
Yeah, a lot of, yeah, some tribes are looking at
Analysis.
this, so you could do a site specific, like you have a site and you're just gonna do it for that site. You may carry it a little further, you know, and codify it, like, you may establish if you, in your code, your TPAs, you might have a hazardous substance control act or something like that. You can establish cleanup levels for different contaminants of concern based on use. May have certain sensitive environments and establish specific cleanup levels. And for all, you know, it's really up to the tribe how they want to do this. And your councils can determine these things if you want to go to writing a code. But if you have a site, you can just do a site and do a risk assessment. That helpful, Peg?
A little.
Probably yes, it's just maybe not the answer she wants, right?
Cost more, yeah.
Good deal.
But yeah, so you know, you run into things like I just did a risk assessment for a site in Washington State, and we have this problem with arsenic levels, right? So, and the EPA establishes a very low screening level for arsenic. It's like 0.001 something. It's like, and any site anywhere in Washington State, we're above that screening level because we have these smelters and then we have the salts and the natural minerals and the salts are everywhere and there are high levels of arsenic. So you have to, okay, so we really can't use the EPA screening levels, but we don't want to use the state of Washington. So you have an option there. So we do a risk assessment, you establish your own site specific cleanup levels for arsenic. And that's the process, but it's really the only answer for that kind of thing you're dealing with. But you know, you gotta look into your use potential. You know, well, we're gonna use this for industrial. So well, you know, if it's industrial, let's just lean on the Washington State levels. We can rest on that. But if we're gonna bring this into a natural environment, restore the ecological function of this site with the river and streams and that, well, let's study it. Let's establish site-specific cleanup levels for arsenic and lead. And that's defensible.
Who conducts these risk assessments?
Can do
You
them?
hire consultants?
Yeah, you can hire consultants.
Are they covered under the brownfield funding?
Should be, yes, yeah. They can be part of your consultant that does like QAPPs or you do the phase 2 investigations.
So would that be if you're gonna put out an RFP or an RFQ for a contractor, would that be like a bullet point that you wanna include in there of being able to conduct, you know, site-specific risk assessments?
Yeah, you can add that as a criteria for the consultant, they can do that task. Because not all consultants can do that.
Right.
A lot of consultants, they just go to the book and pull out cleanup bubbles. And but risk assessment's a lot different. Depends what you're looking at, and if you're looking at PFAS, PFOS, and you're dealing with structures, that's a different thing. You're more looking more like a certified industrial hygienist, someone that does with human health and you know, someone with human health, not just soil and groundwater stuff, so they're different. Different people do different types of risk assessment.
Anything else on this topic before we move to the next topic?
All right, so I apologize, I wasn't here yesterday, I'm Lori from the Care Fund. I'm here in Lenexa, and the question I have, and I don't think you covered it yesterday in the agenda, is kind of a Pandora's box, but now that PFAS, PFOS have become hazardous substances, how are those being assured that they're like with brownfield sites, you're the kind of a emerging contaminant, they've been around for a long time. I'm just wondering how people are ensuring that they're adequately covering those issues with PFAS. And one of the things is like your background quality. We know that we're gonna find it in most superficial soils, so to make sure that we get a background, you know, of PFAS, and then what you might be finding in areas where you might have an impact. How have those been characterized in the brownfields project?
I don't have an answer to that. So you want to have an answer to that?
I got
Paige, you're my PFAS expert. What do you say?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
Well,
That might be the answer, right?
Stuart.
So yeah, if you're thinking about PFAS, you know, do your due diligence, that's what I say. If you're looking at a site and you wanna buy this site, consider PFAS and PFOS in your phase one investigation, do your due diligence. We have this thing of forever chemicals, emerging chemicals, and we've been told they're everywhere. And so, but do your due diligence, because you wanna investigate and see if there's an actual source of this material, because you need to study if it actually has a potential source. That an activity that would have brought that into that site. Because you can go kind of crazy and spend a lot of money and not really get the answer, start testing. Do your due diligence and have your consultant look at potential sources for PFAS that are brought onto that site.
Keep in mind that there doesn't have to necessarily be a specific source where this PFAS is coming from, because it can be dispersed in the air. And it's been known to travel across states.
So that's what
a case in Ohio.
Such like that, you know, it's not much different than what we do in the background levels with smelters and the type of industries that just pump stuff in the air and you find it everywhere. PFAS, PFOS, we kind of approach it the same way, but it's a different chemical and it transports differently, but not much differently. And so you look at background levels for this thing.
Oh, yeah, very good point. So I just didn't know if anybody had any stories of how I worked on yours, but it really should be identified during your assessment when your properties are being assessed. EPA has some fantastic resources on what industries have what kind of PFAS associated with them. So if you know that you have an industry that did some kind of superficial application on metals. Surface finishing is very much a fast source oftentimes. You can kind of assume anything that's fire resistant, water resistant, and stain resistant is probably PFAS. So all of your, you know, in your vehicle, if you're gonna be sampling PFAS, or you think you have samples that you're moving around, your consultants will be doing this, but you can't put them on your back seat because it's probably been treated with PFAS stain resistant fabric treatment, right? So you definitely need to the assessment should identify any industrial or processes that might include PFAS. And then the biggest thing is just your quality control. Make sure you take a lot, your RFPs for a lot of quality control samples if you're doing PFAS, because cross contamination is just so common. But again, EPA's PFAS page is fantastic, and whatever consultants you hire for your project, you just want to make sure you identify that in your RFP. And the background samples are really important because you will find it in almost any topsoil, top surface, you're gonna find PFAS. But what you want to know is what's coming in from the air and the precipitation, and what is from operations on site or off site. But
Other topics. I'm gonna put a plug in real quick. I think everyone here, if you're not already getting stuff from Tribal Tab, you will after this, but we have the Tribal Brownfields Knowledge Circle. We meet real informally once a month, and then quarterly the once a month is like a 45-minute just informal chat. Quarterly is like a 90-minute, a little bit more structured. Maybe there's a presenter, whatever, but this is a space for you all to come together and kind of have these kinds of discussions, you know. You could, if you run into an issue, run into a question, something comes up, you can just hop into the next one of these knowledge circle chats and like ask the group, hey, this is what I'm seeing. How, is anyone else seeing this? How are you handling this? And we are, we Tribal Tab, we're in the process of building a new website right now that hope would have been launched by now, but not quite yet. But in that space, we will have, we're migrating the Tribal Brownfields Forum into that space. And so there will be a group that is just specific to the Tribal Brownfields Knowledge Circle within that forum space, so that you all can anytime come in and bring these questions to each other, or even, it doesn't have to be questions, it can be, I did this thing, here's how I handled this, like I've been working, that a lot of people are working on the same issue, and you finally, crack the code, you can bring that into the space and say, I did it and here's how I did it. So you don't have to wait for those meetings. But anyway, just, that's my plug, come in. We would love to, if you're not, a lot of you are there. If you're not already there, you don't have to always show up, but just know that that's a space that's there for you. And we would love, for you all to be there with it. It is just for the Tribal Brownfields folks. It's not, state's not there, EPA is not there, contractors aren't there. It is a closed space. So when you see those invitations come in, think about it. Everybody's thinking about lunch. Where's everybody going for lunch?
Wherever you're buying.
Stay here at the cafe. I stopped in there this morning and it looked pretty decent.
The building here?
Here in the building, but yesterday, we went to the Union Station, the Harvey House. It was pretty good.
They have a lot of choices in there.
Oh, they have a ton of choices. Yes. And they have a lunch menu, and you know, they'll put you on their waiting list and then you can go shopping at the Rally House while you're waiting.
We went to Lulu's for some Thai food and it was very good, very, very good. Yes.
The virtual people eating for lunch. On virtual peanut butter.
Yeah, right.
Don't be shy, tell us.
I'm gonna post this question now while I have this, I want to respond.
Have this thunder going.
Are there things that would be helpful for you all from us, from both tribal tab and from your regional tab providers?
Broad, like, what do you mean?
Say like, what do I need? I don't know, that's what I want you to tell me.
The whole bit.
We have, between all of us, we have a lot of capabilities and a lot of flexibility, so this is what we always tell people, just call us up and let's talk, and we will tell you if it's something we can or cannot do.
That's one thing I like that started with that knowledge circle, because I think our boss got on it, she like, and like when we were in Minneapolis, so it's good, like Oral said there, it was, well, I couldn't see you guys in person.
Yes.
He said, I like that house.
Me too. And for us, it's, you know, we've been in this, at least the brownfield space, the environmental space for a lot of our careers. That group has been like a highlight for both of us of our entire careers. Just being able to share that space with you all, learn from you all.
Stuff like that whole strategy. Also with the USTs, I also get on the UST, what they call it, they change names and everything, but they meet so often, I think, I don't know if it's quarterly. But that's kind of like the knowledge circle, but it deals with USTs. See, I like stuff like that, because you get to talk about what you're dealing with, hear what other tribes are dealing with their USTs and stuff, so. That's why I really like this knowledge circle.
Permit. Val, say something. Yeah, yeah, how's everybody, so what if we, so here's the thing, at 1:45 is when EPA, the acres team is gonna be here. And I imagine that they're gonna wanna be pretty punctual, so what if we go ahead and go to lunch a little bit early?
Yeah.
And let's just aim to come back, before 1:45, so that we can get started. So that we can get started promptly at 1:45. Keep it at 1:30. Yeah, let's be back at 1:30. And then once we're on you that are. We'll do your own time. Yeah.
Tell 1:30,
So-
at 1:40.
Yeah. Everybody have a good lunch. And let's keep these conversations going. These don't have to just happen here in this space, right? And thank you for everyone that was bold. Yeah. Everybody ready? There's a couple of things. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We are already a few minutes late, and our acres team is just very patiently and kindly waiting for us to cue them. So I'm going to stop talking and let who all do we have?
Nicole and Sam and Effie, and I'll get to my next slide will be introductions of everybody. But first, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having us here today. We're really happy to join your workshop and be able to talk to you about acres training and the acres database. Again, my name's Nicole Wireman. I'm from EPA headquarters in Washington, D.C. And we're just really appreciative that we get to spend the next hour talking to you about the acres database. We know you all just finished lunch and you're looking for an exciting topic, and we think acres is just the topic for you. So we're glad to join you. Our plan is that we're going to first go through some slides to give you some information on reporting in acres, and then we'll be transitioning to an actual demonstration within acres, and you'll be able to kind of see it in action then. So before I do that, I did mention we were going to introduce our team a little bit more. So Effie, if you don't mind moving to the next slide, great. So you can see on camera, I'm Nicole Wireman, and again, from the Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization in Washington, D.C. I am the Acres Database Manager. And then sitting right next to me is Sam Siegel, and Sam is going to introduce himself. Go ahead, Sam.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Sam Siegel. I'm also at the Office of Brownfields and Land Revitalization, and I'm the Acres Technical Lead. And I'll be monitoring the chat during the training today in case anyone who's attending virtually adds a question or comment in the chat. We'll make sure to address it by the end of the call.
Great. And then third on our training team today is Effie Jessarobo, who is our acre support contractor. She's waving there at you. And Effie is from Nextech Lintech. And we think that many of you probably will recognize Effie because she provides most of the acres training. So if you've done any online training or in-person training, say at the Brownfields, the National Brownfields Conference, like we just had in Chicago, then Effie might look familiar to you from that. Effie is actually the primary speaker today because she's going to be walking through a lot of the acres information and the actual acres demo. But besides doing training, Effie is also the main person that supports our acres help desk. And I'd like to talk to you more about that on the next slide. Thanks, Effie. So we right off the bat just want to make sure that you're aware that we offer an acres help desk just for anyone who has questions related for acres. And on this slide, there's the email and the phone number for it. Effie will also show you within acres where you can access that contact information. But pretty much Effie is the help desk. So unless Effie's on vacation, if you contact that email or phone, you'll be speaking with Effie. And we really highly encourage you to do that, to reach out to Effie anytime that you have an acres related question. And we mean what we say on the slide there, that no question is a dumb question. We sincerely know that acres can sometimes be confusing or even a little bit intimidating, especially if it's not something that you use on a regular basis. And so we just want to, really kind of point out to you all here that that Acres Help Desk is available just for that reason. And we hear a lot of times from our grantees, we get a lot of positive feedback on their interactions with Effie. Basically, we're told she's really wonderful to work with. She's responsive. She's friendly. She's, basically really eager to help you out. And so we've heard of instances where she has helped a grantee to share their screen, and then she can actually walk through what you're looking at the same time you're looking at it and work on it together. So we just wanted to stress that this is a valuable resource that's available to you. And we in fact had heard that there might be someone attending this call today from Region 8, Tony James from Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. I'm not sure if you're on the call, but we had heard from your project officer, Ted Lanzano, that you might want to share a few words about your experience with the help desk. Are you on, Tony? If so, go ahead and come off mute, but if not, we'll just keep going.
I don't see Tony on.
Okay, he must not have been able to make it, so no big deal, but rest assured, as I said, that Effie is there to help you whenever you need it at the help desk. So, okay, next slide, Effie. All right, so let's now talk about some of the types of reporting that you can do in acres for 128A state and tribal grants. So the first part of acres or area of acres that you are most likely to use is what we call the property profile form, or the PPF. And that is the part of acres where you report property specific information on assessment, cleanup, and redevelopment activities. So since that's the part of acres that's most commonly used, Effie is going to spend the most time in training today talking about the property profile form. There's another part of acres that is an area that you're also likely to use, and that is the part that allows for annual PALS reporting. And PALS stands for Program Activity Levels Reporting. It's reports that are due every December for 128A grants. And because of that, typically in October, we provide a training session online that you can join to get a kind of refresher on the PALS reporting form. So we are not going to have time today to cover PALS. And so what we really recommend is that you attend our next training session, which is about a month away on October 22nd, to hear more about PALS then. And your project officer will be, if they haven't already, will be forwarding an invite to you with a Teams link for attending that training. And it will be recorded as well. And I'm going to show you in a minute where you would find that. So that's the first and second part of acres that you are working in based on your 128A grant. The last part of acres that I wanted to mention is that we do have some templates for quarterly performance reports that grantees submit to EPA. And those are within acres for other brownfield grant types. So we have not created a quarterly report template for 128A grants yet. But you might have been hearing about these quarterly report templates. And so we just wanted to stress that those are for other grant types. We do plan to work on a quarterly report template for 128A grants in the future. And so we will definitely let you all know when that is available for you within acres. Next slide, please. All right, this is my last slide before I'm going to hand it off to Effie. And this slide basically explains to you our EPA webpage on acres training tips and tools. And I believe Sam pasted in the chat the link to this webpage. And Effie is going to go ahead and switch now to showing it to you, because I just want to walk through a little bit with you because it has a lot of really helpful information on it that I don't want you to miss out on. So if you scroll down a little, Effie, you'll see there's the section that says learn how to register for and access acres. That has 2 PDFs there for anyone who's a new user. It will walk through the registration process as well as how to access acres the first time after you've registered. So that's handy for new users. Then the next section talks about online acres training. This allows you to go to a link that shows you a schedule for trainings that we offer on the second Tuesday of every month. And it alternates between sort of an intro to acres class that we call Getting Started, and then a next level class for sort of like the 201 version of acres. And that training Effie gives again the second Tuesday of every month, and you can follow that link. It will take you to a Teams link that you can join that live. In addition to that, the next section provides recordings for much of the acres training that we have done in the past. And so the first 2 items you'll see there where it says training for all grantees is there is recordings of that Getting Started and next level acres training that I was just talking about. So let's say you just can't make it on the second Tuesday of the month at the assigned time, you can always watch that recording there. The Following that, the third bullet is training that we gave pretty recently on entering leverage dollars and jobs in acres. That is a part of the property profile form that we're not going to have time to sufficiently cover today. And so we recommend, if you are entering leverage dollars and jobs, that you go ahead and watch that recording. Then the next section is on quarterly report training for open cooperative agreements. And you can see there that we have links for other grant types, multi-purpose assessment, cleanup, and revolving loan fund. But the last bullet states that we do not yet have templates for quarterly reports for 128A grants. And then finally on our webpage, there's a table that shows some really topic specific training. Most of it is for RLF grantees, but if you go to the very bottom of the table, you'll see the one on the last row for section 128A grant recipients. And that is the PALS training that was given last October. But again, we are going to be having a new training on that on October 22nd. And once that training is done, we'll replace the recording link here with the training for the October 2025 training. So that covers our website. We just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. It's handy to go to anytime you're looking for training related to acres. Okay, with that, I'm going to hand it off to Effie. And take it away, Effie. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole, and hi again, everyone. I'm Effie, as Nicole mentioned. So I'm just going to go over the agenda today, a PowerPoint presentation of some helpful topics, and then, as Nicole mentioned, I'm going to do a live acres demo where I show you how to access those functions that I mentioned, and just go over things that I think will be useful to you as a grantee in the acres database. Okay, so first things first is, do I need to register? And the answer is yes. Every user in Acres will need to create their own Acres account. So you can do that by going to acres6.epa.gov. As Nicole mentioned, on that Acres Training Tips and Tools website, there is already a guide to give you step-by-step instructions on how to register. But I just wanted to go over this page just to show you what the registration looks like, how to access it. And then I also wanted to mention that a question I get often is, if we have more than one person with our grantee that's entering Acres information, do we all need an Acres account? And the answer is yes. We don't limit how many users with your recipient has an account. So if there's going to be, maybe more than one person entering or updating Acres information, you will all need to create your own Acres account. When that happens, you will all have access to view and edit all of the same information. So you will all just need to create your own Acres account. And again, that Acres reference guide is already available to you on the website. Next, what data are collected. As Nicole mentioned, today the focus is going to be the property profile form, or we refer to it as the PPF. So I just kind of broke down here the PPF is broken down into 3 sections. So I'll get more into specifics, what each section looks like. But I just wanted to highlight some of the information that we're collecting, like your property name, the size of your property, the address, of course. We're looking for you to enter assessment and cleanup information, along with those, start dates, completion dates, funding. And then again, we'll get into all the parts, but finally on part 3 is going to be where you're entering redevelopment activities and funding. So of course, I'll get more into that, but I just wanted to kind of break down how the property profile form is structured in the different sections. Okay, so as a newer grantee or just a grantee in Acres, a question I get often is, when do I submit my data in Acres? And there's really no set due date for this, but as a rule of thumb, we say to update information as you have it. So the property profile form is one form. However, we really stress to get information as it's available. So we do allow you to bounce around in the Acres database and collect collect and kind of enter information as you have it. So with this flow chart here, you can see that, you have the ability to enter that phase 2 start date when it starts. Maybe along with that, you're entering your property history. You're going to submit your information, and then when that phase 2 is complete, you'll go back into acres, enter that phase 2 completion date, along with your institutional controls. Maybe, a year or 2 down the line, you may have that redevelopment start date, and that's when you enter it. So yes, the property profile form is a kind of one form, but we do allow you to bounce around in the system and enter information as you have it, just so we're always keeping the acres database as accurate and up to date as possible. So again, during the demo, I'll show you exactly what that form looks like and give you some examples of how you are able to kind of enter information as you have it and then come back and complete it at a later date. So the next thing I want to go over is what is a work package. So a work package is going to be something that you see in acres a lot. And I think understanding what it means just kind of helps you understand the acres database a little bit better. So anytime you go into the acres database and you click the enter data link to add or update information to that property profile form, that is a work package. So think of it as your package of work. This is what moves through the data entry and approval process. So only one work package could exist at a time for a cooperative agreement and that associated property. So once that work package is approved, I'll let you know the next steps in the next slide, but the work package is what moves through the acres workflow and what ends up being approved. So again, just kind of think of it as anytime you click that enter data button to edit or update your information, you are the owner of that work package. That is your package of work. Now that work package has to go through a series of actions in the database until it's considered approved or completed. So the acres workflow starts with you as the grantee. So again, anytime you go into the database to add or edit information or data, that is the start of that work package and the acres workflow. So as a grantee, you're going to go into acres and hit that edit data button. When that happens, you have officially, again, started that workflow. That work package is then with you as the owner. After you make all of your updates for this iteration, again, maybe you're just adding your property name and address, and then you have your phase 2 start date. You're going to make whatever changes that you're going to make this go around, and then you're going to submit your data for approval. When you go into the acres database and edit your information and finally hit that submit button, that is going to take your information to your EPA project officer for review. So your PO or project officer is going to get an email letting them know that they have something to review. From there, they're going to look at all of the things that you've changed or updated or added, and they're going to say, okay, everything looks great, and they're going to approve your work package. When that happens, that same work package that started with you moves from the project officer and then to National Program Review, which is the headquarters review. National Program Review is actually me. So I get all of the work packages that go through acres. Here, I'm just doing kind of a check for data outliers, making sure that the numbers, kind of make sense to the acreage of the property, things like that. And then after I make my final review, that is going to be when your data is available for reporting. So that is when, whatever you've entered into the acres database can be reported out. Now that is the perfect example of the acres workflow. So it would go from you to your EPA project officer, and then finally to me at National Program Review. Now, as things can go forwards in the workflow, they can also go backwards. So for example, when your project officer gets the work package, they can look at it and say, oh, I have some questions about this, or, this data entered doesn't match the work plan, and they can send the work package back for clarification. When your project officer sends a work package back to you for clarification, you should get an email from the Acres database letting you know that you have something to kind of view or feedback from your project officer. When you log into Acres, you'll be able to view back in that work package. I don't know what's happening there. Back in that work package, you'd be able to review what notes they had for you, and then you'd be able to address them and then resubmit. So same when things come to my review, if I have questions or data is entered incorrectly, I can also send that work package back to the project officer for clarification. So again, just think about this as kind of like a work package workflow, and we expect your property to complete this particular workflow multiple times. So as you go into Acres and you're entering your information, even if it's just, maybe one date is all you have for now, or some questions are being answered, you can make those updates. It can go through submission, and then when you have additional updates to make, you would come back and start this process again. So there's no limit to how many times a property or work package can go through these steps. The goal is that this is happening multiple times, because you are going into Acres and updating information and submitting it every time that you have something new to report. So I hope that makes sense, but during the Acres demo, I will go through and show you exactly kind of what that workflow looks like as you're going in to edit and update your information. Okay, just a couple more slides and then we'll get into the demo. But I did want to talk about how your data is organized in Acres. So each cooperative agreement has one record in Acres. So with my little chart here, you can see that there is a 2020 assessment that has added 57 Chestnut Street and Frank's Automotive to that cooperative agreement. Now, a single property record may be associated with more than one cooperative agreement. So for example, let's say there was a 2024 Section 128A cooperative agreement that is now cleaning up Frank's Automotive. So what we want it to look like in Acres is one property, Frank's Automotive, is now associated with the assessment cooperative agreement and the Section 128A. So I think this is a scenario that happens often, maybe not with assessments and Section 128As, but maybe between Section 128As. But the goal here is that we're making sure to not create duplicate properties in Acres. So I'll show you exactly what this looks like. I even have screenshots, and there's a guide for this. But I will be able to show you what it looks like and how to associate an existing property to a new cooperative agreement. Okay, so the next couple of slides are actually going to be exactly how to do this. So if there is a situation where you are going to add a property to Acres and you realize that it's already in the system, the next slides are just going to be a step-by-step on how to do this. I will say we also already have a quick reference guide right in Acres that also gives you a step-by-step tutorial along with screenshots on how to do this. But I'm going to just go over the slides and then I'll show you how to do this in real time. So Acres kind of guides you along the way, but you would go through the steps of adding a property to Acres. Acres is going to require you to select the cooperative agreement that you would like to add the property to. So that's step one in the process. Step two is Acres is going to prompt you to search to make sure that the property you are going to add is not already in the database. So as a rule of thumb, I recommend searching by city. It's going to give you results that are not too narrow or too broad. A great way to just list all of the properties, again, to make sure that you're not creating duplicates and you're tying existing properties to the correct cooperative agreement. So after you do your search, Acres is going to give you a list based on what you've searched. And then if you do find the property in Acres that you were intending to create, you would just click the checkbox and then select add selected property. That is then going to prompt Acres to take that existing property and then connect it to your cooperative agreement. So that one property is going to exist under the previous one, whether or not that was your, grant or not. But it'll also be associated to that new cooperative agreement that you just specified. So that's one property that's connected to two cooperative agreements. So again, this is just a screenshot, but we already have the quick reference guide in Acres. I'll show you how to do this during the demo. And then if you ever have any questions or just want to walk through it together, I'm always happy to do that with you as well. But the goal here, again, is just to make sure that we're not creating duplicate properties in the Acres database. Okay. So moving on, I think just 2 more slides, and then I'm going to get into the demo. But I did want to go over these next 2 functions or features. I think they're really helpful in Acres. So the first is going to be your cooperative agreement details page. So anywhere you see your name of your recipient with a link to it, a hyperlink. So I'll show you how to access this. There are tons of ways in Acres. But anytime you see your recipient name, so in this case, the Snake River Tribal Council, you are going to see a cooperative agreement details page. So this is going to be a page that gives you a complete overview of everything that's been entered for your cooperative agreement. So you'll see your CA number, you'll see a list of all of the properties under that cooperative agreement. It'll show you all of your assessment and cleanup activities. It's just a really, really great place to go just to make sure. Maybe there's a timer on here. Sorry, maybe just to make sure that everything is up to date and that everything is correct. Everything is entered for your cooperative agreement. So this is a great place to check if you're maybe taking over for someone and they're not quite sure where they've left off. Maybe you haven't been in Acres in a while and just want to make sure that everything is up to date. This is going to be a great place to do that. So anywhere, again, you see your recipient name hyperlinked, that will automatically take you to that cooperative agreement details page. On that same note, we have a property home or property details page. So the property details page, again, just like your CA details page, is going to give you an overview of everything reported for your property. So you're going to see all of the property details, like your activities, CA number, Acres ID number. So again, a great overview of everything for your property details as well. All right, so I'm going to get into the Acres demo. If we have any questions, I think Sam is monitoring the chat. But I did want to hop into the demo. Okay, hopefully everyone can still see my screen. I should, right now, there should be something that looks very similar to your Acres homepage when you log into the database.
Yes.
Stephanie, I
Okay,
just
perfect.
let you
Okay,
know.
I couldn't tell on the
Yep.
screen, Okay.
We
All
couldn't
right,
see your screen and no questions in the chat yet. So
Okay.
feel free to keep going. Thanks.
Perfect. All right. So for the sake of time, I do want to give kind of a quick walkthrough of your Acres homepage. I think it'll be helpful just to kind of lay out how the information is when you log into Acres. So as a tribal grantee, or any grantee in Acres, one of the first things that you're going to do is add a cooperative agreement to your account. So when you have your 8-digit cooperative agreement number, the first thing you're going to be prompted to do when you log in for the first time is to enter that cooperative agreement number. If you are working on multiple cooperative agreements, that is okay. You would just start to populate those cooperative agreement numbers from this add CA to my account link. So that's going to be the first thing you need to do in Acres, is to add any of your cooperative agreements, because that is what's going to tailor your acres homepage to show you what you're supposed to see based on your grant type or cooperative agreement type. So you have your work packages card. So this is going to show you a list of all of the open work packages that you have. So if this number is 1 or more, that lets you know that you do have work packages open that you are the owner of. So that will give you a cue that, you know, you maybe need to submit that work package or make any additional updates and submit that work package. You do have a quarterly reports card. Again, as Nicole mentioned, we do not have reports for section 128A yet. But if you do have another cooperative agreement type, this would be where you would access your quarterly reports. As Nicole mentioned, you do also have your PALS form to complete. When you are able to complete that form, you'll see this number populate here. Again, that has a separate training, so I'm not going to get too much into it. But this program activity levels card is going to show up as it should after you add your CA to your account. So again, that's a very important step into making sure that you see what you're supposed to see. As you start to populate or add your cooperative agreements to your account, this My Account card is going to populate on its own. So right now, I just have one cooperative agreement. I have one property entered under that. So that's all I'm going to see on the My Account card. Here we have your knowledge center. So I do want to point this out. I did mention that there is a guide already available in Acres that shows you how to add an existing property to your cooperative agreement. So that is going to be where you find that link. So on your Acres homepage, under your knowledge center, that is going to be where you find the guide for associating an existing property to a cooperative agreement. And then we also have the link to online training, as Nicole mentioned as well. Last thing on the homepage, and actually every page of Acres, we do at the bottom have the link to the Acres help desk email, and then also the phone number. So at the bottom of every Acres page, you will have access to the help desk information. Again, please don't hesitate to reach out if you do have any questions, issues, or just, you know, want to walk through something just to make sure, you know, you're doing it correctly. I'm always happy to help with anything that you need. All right, so I'm going to just kind of start going through the process of, first, I want to go through the steps of adding an existing property to Acres, and then I'll go through the actual property profile form and just highlight some fields that I think are important. All right, so again, you're going to go kind of through the steps to add a property to Acres. So when you click add a new property, again, the first step in this is going to be identifying the cooperative agreement that you would like to add the property to. So I click that, and I only have one CA in this case. So I'm going to add an existing property to my Snake River Tribal Cooperative Agreement. From here, Acres is going to prompt me to make sure that the property is not already in Acres. Again, as a rule of thumb, I recommend searching by city. That usually gives you results that are not too broad or narrow. So I'm going to enter the city of Boise and then apply my filters. So from here, Acres is going to give me a list of all of the properties in the city of Boise. I'm going to kind of just do a search here, and let's say, you know, I had the intention of adding 200 Broad Street, but I see it's already in Acres. So what I'm going to do is click the checkbox next to the 200 Broad Street, and I'm going to scroll back to where it says add selected property. So what Acres is going to do is take this existing 200 Broad Street property and then add it to my Snake River Tribal Cooperative Agreement. So I'm going to click add selected properties, And Acres is actually going to take me to my CA details page where I can then confirm that this 200 Broad Street property is now entered under my Snake River Tribal Council. So it's just actually two kind of steps here. Just hit step 1 and step 2 in that Acres workflow, and then the property is going to be associated. So from here, I might as well just go over it, but this is going to be the CA details page that I mentioned. I'll show you how to get to it from the Acres homepage as well. But while I'm here, I'll just go ahead and show you, this is an overview of your entire cooperative agreement. As I mentioned, you can see all of the properties under that cooperative agreement, along with any assessment, engineering and institutional controls, cleanup activities, redevelopment. So again, a complete overview of everything reported under your cooperative agreement. So again, there's many ways to get to this page. I'll show you how to do it from the actual Acres homepage. While I'm here, I'm just going to hyperlink my property name so I can show you what that property details page looks like as well. So I'm going to click 200 Broad Street, my property name, and that will automatically take me to that details page. So from here, I'll be able to see my Acres property ID number. I'll be able to see my property progress. So just the kind of chart here to give me an overview of my property information or kind of the status of my activities. And then scrolling down here, I did want to highlight that this is going to be where you can also confirm that this one property exists under multiple cooperative agreements. So on this property details page, you can see that I have 2 cooperative agreements listed. I have the Snake River, which is my cooperative agreement, and then I have Capital City, which is someone else's. So if I'm not associated to the other grant listed here, you'll see that I only have access to update my particular information. So as you go in and edit properties that are associated to multiple cooperative agreements, you only need to enter the activities that your cooperative agreement is funding or funded. So for example, if there is previous assessment information with this other cooperative agreement, you don't need to re-enter it. Acres already has it. So as you enter your information under this cooperative agreement, you only need to report the activities that are being funded with your cooperative agreement. You don't need to enter any other cooperative agreement details. So I hope that makes sense. But again, if you have any questions about how to associate an existing property, you have your guide, you have me for help. So don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions about this. All right, so I'm going to just hop back to the Acres homepage so I can show you how to access the CA details page and the property details page. So from the Acres homepage, I just click this home icon at the left. I scroll down, and if you go to the My Accounts card and click either link, it doesn't matter which one, it's going to take you to a page where you'll see all of your recipient names and property names hyperlinked. So from the My Account card, you'll be able to access your CA details page along with the property details page for all of the things that you're working on. So multiple ways to get there, but your My Account card will be where you have access to all of your CA details pages and all of your property details pages. Okay, so I'm going to hop back to the Acres homepage, and then I'm going to just run through the steps of creating a property from start to finish. So you see what that looks like. Just for training purposes, I'm not gonna go through every single field, but I will highlight some ones and just show you how to update information. Okay, so I'm going to click here, add a property. Again, the first step is always the same. You're going to select the cooperative agreement that you would like to add the property to. I'm going to save and continue, where again, I'm going to be prompted to enter my city in this case and apply filters. So from here, in this case, let's say that we do a search for all of the properties here and we find that our property is not in acres. So from here, you're going to click create a new property. And now you're going to be directed right to part 1 of the property profile form. So as Nicole mentioned, the property profile form is the main focus of this. It's just the property specific information that we're capturing under your cooperative agreement. So as I kind of mentioned, the form is broken down into 3 parts. The good news is part 1 is pretty short. So here we're just adding your basic property information. So your property name, property address, and then you can select if it's, you know, tribal, private. And then from here, I'm going to enter my zip code. And then you'll notice that my city, state, county, and census tract are automatically going to update based on my zip code. Same with my latitude and longitude. Those are also populated based on what I've entered for my address. So hopefully that's a great time saver. And maybe if you don't know the latitude and longitude or the census tract, Acres will add that information for you. From here, you would need to select the size of your property and then the parcel numbers, if applicable. That's not a required field. Scrolling down to the bottom, there is a state and tribal brownfields voluntary response program information section that asks if your property is enrolled in a state or tribal voluntary response program or other applicable oversight program. So here and throughout Acres, we do have help icons throughout the database that do give you more information about what we're asking for. So if the answer is no, you'll see no, or you'll be able to move on. If the answer is yes, we do have some additional fields here, like your program name and ID number. So that's part 1 of the property profile form. Before I move on, I do want to scroll to the top of this page and highlight additional resources. So the additional resources panel is available in part 1, 2, and 3 of your form. So you'll see it at the top of every page, and it just has a bit of helpful information here. So the first thing is the property profile form instructions. This is a PDF. It's pretty long, but it is a PDF of every single field that we ask for on the property profile form. So the PPF instructions will give you a detailed description of every field we're asking for on the property profile form. So for example, you know, if you weren't quite sure about this state and tribal question, if you went to the property profile form instructions, there would be additional text there that would help you answer that question. So it is a long form, but you know, if you are going through the property profile form, you can just search that particular question. And then again, you'll get more of an understanding of what we're asking for. So please don't ever hesitate to look at that. And then again, you have me if you have any other questions. We also have the how to delete or disassociate a property along with work package sharing. And then finally, how to enter leverage dollars in jobs. So as Nicole mentioned, this last link has its own training. So we do encourage you to look at that. It's a lot of helpful information about how to enter those leverage jobs and dollars. So again, this additional resources panel is available on every property profile form page. All right, so scrolling down, we'll just say no for this and move on. So we're going to get to part 2 of the property profile form. And this section is a bit longer. However, If you look at each section, you'll see exactly who is expected or what cooperative agreement type is expected to enter that information. So here we have the assessment and site reuse planning section. So here, as you start to complete your activities, you are going to add your assessment activity, and then you have the ability to select that activity. And then, for example, let's say it started yesterday, and that's all the information that you have now. So I mentioned previously that Acres does allow you to bounce around in the database and enter information as you have it. So again, let's say for now, we just had that phase 2, phase 1 start date. We would enter that and move on. When we did have the complete information and you wanted to update that, you would click edit activity, and then you'd be able to make any changes if needed to the existing data. Or you would be able to add the completion date and then that funding as you have it. So that is going to be how you enter your assessment activity in this table. Again, you do have the ability to edit any information once it's been entered. So for example, if you come back, a month later and realize the activity start date was actually, the 1st, then you can go ahead and update that. Again, we really want you to keep the information that you're entering as accurate and up to date as possible. So we do allow you to make updates at any time. And next we have your cleanup necessary section. If the answer is yes, you can move on. If the answer is no, you can move on. If the answer is unknown, please just select the reason that the cleanup necessary is unknown. And next we have your contaminants and media section. So you can view the help icons here for more information, along with looking at that property profile form instructions PDF that I mentioned previously. But again, just please enter information as you have it. If you know the answer is insufficient or no contaminants, please go ahead and check that box. Next, we have your resiliency strategies. So with this section, you can kind of open up the text here, and that's going to give you more of an explanation of exactly what this strategy means. So please take a look at this section. If the answer is NA, please just specify that so we know that you did go ahead and look at it. Next, we have your engineering and institutional controls. So with this, it's a smaller section, but it kind of opens and expands as you answer the questions. So for example, if the answer is no, it stays as is. If the answer is unknown, it also stays as is. If you click yes, then you will have some additional fields here that you do need to answer. Just be very careful when entering this information, and make sure you're entering information correctly and as you have it, because this is a field that leads to your property being ready for anticipated use. So the engineering and institutional sections are very similar. We just switched the word engineering and institutional. So I'm not going to go over this section, but again, please make sure that you are reviewing this. It is required for you to move on, along with entering the last date that you reviewed this information. So coming down here, we have your cleanup information section. Again, just see, for state and tribal grantees, you may or may not be entering cleanup, but this is going to be the section that you do that. Again, help icons everywhere to kind of give you more clarification on exactly what we're asking for. Scrolling down here is going to be where you see the cleanup jobs and leveraged information. Again, I'm not going to go too much into it because they do have their own trainings, but just important again that you're reviewing this and entering information as you have it. And then scrolling down, same for the funding and jobs, that leverage information is really important. So please take a look at that training and add any applicable attachments and text here in the leverage section. Finally, scrolling down to the end of part 2 is going to be where you're again looking at those resiliency strategies, this time for demolition or cleanup. So again, just look at this. We have the text there for additional explanation. If the answer is NA, please just select that as well. So that is the complete part 2 of the property profile form. Again, I know it's a bit long. However, the goal here is that you're entering information as you have it. So as you're coming in to enter just one piece of information here, you're entering that and then you're moving on and saving. It looks like my computer is not charging. Okay, so I'm going on to the next step here. All right, so part 3 of the property profile form is pretty short, very similar to part 1. But here we are looking for redevelopment information. So redevelopment is tricky because we know that it happens sometimes long after you are required to enter your information into the acres database. However, it is really important that we do see all of these great redeveloped properties because it is going to show the success of all of those cleanups and assessments that have been completed with that brownfields funding. So what I'll say about redevelopment is as a grantee, you always have the ability to log into acres and enter this information. However, if you are no longer in acres or don't want to report in acres because your grant has closed, you can always send this information to your EPA project officer or the acres help desk, and I will be happy to enter it. We don't really care how we get the information, just as long as we get it and there's kind of evidence to support the redevelopment information. So I'm going to scroll down now and just go through the steps of finally submitting this work package for review. So I'm going to click save and continue to next step. And then this is the last step in my workflow here, the review and submit page, where I can take one last look at what I've entered and then submit the work package to my EPA project officer for a review. So I'm going to scroll down here. From this page, you are able to actually make any last minute updates. So if I maybe need to change something in the assessment section, I can go in here and make that change, save the changes, and then that will be updated for my project officer. I'm going to scroll all the way down here. And this is the final step in submitting your work package. It's going to be the Submit Data Now button. So this is going to be what sends your project officer that automated email that lets them know there's something to review. So when I click that, I will be directed to my CA details page where I can see that my property has been created, that test property. I'll have my acres property ID, and then acres will confirm that I have successfully submitted that work package to my EPA project officer, which is the other test account in this case. So I know that was really fast, but again, the goal is that you're entering information as you have it. So there are multiple places where you can confirm that your information was properly submitted. So I did show you here that on the CA details page, it does say submitted, but I'm going to take you back to the home page by clicking this home icon. And then you can see here on my work packages card, it says one open work package, but it also lets me know here that the status is submitted. So one kind of little acres hack or something that I like to mention is that this number will show 1 even after it's submitted, because until your EPA person logs into acres and actually reviews your work package, it'll still be accessible to you. So for example, let's say you make an update and you submit it to your EPA project officer. They haven't gone into acres yet, but you do want to make a change. If you click open work packages, again, acres lets you know it's submitted, but you will have the edit data button until your EPA project officer logs into acres, and then they finally start to review your work package. When they go into acres to review, then that work package card is going to say 0 again. So again, that kind of lets you know where your information is in the acres workflow that I mentioned. Because again, once you can't see it in your work packages card, that means that your project officer has started to review that work package that you've submitted. So I'm gonna hop back to the acres homepage. Are there any questions about anything that I've covered so far? Again, I know it's a lot.
Not seeing any questions in the chat, Effie. That was a fantastic review of the property profile form and acres in general, though. So thank you. Does anyone in the room have any questions? I know we're right at time, but we did start a little bit late. So not seeing any questions in the chat, but we're happy to answer any acres related questions if you have them. Okay.
So I have a property, that had a phase 2 ESA done in like 2020. The property was already put into acres, but I was just trying to update it and add the phase 2. So I added it, into the correct CA, to prevent duplicates, but the edit data button is not there. So after that grant period is over, is that not an option to add any of that phase 2 data in there?
No, you should be able to add information. So great question, and I can get into something, but acres allows you to enter information for your property even after it's closed. So we do encourage you to go back and update information if you do have it, like you're doing in this case, even when the grant has closed. The edit button should be there. I'm guessing that maybe someone else has it locked or something. That might be the case, but if you contact the help desk, I can within a couple seconds just move the work package to you, so you do have edit rights.
That was one of the things, Effie, I was gonna ask you about. What about all those work packages in limbo? One of the things we have is turnover in our programs. So you often have work packages that were begun by someone, and then a new person comes along and they may not even know there's a work package floating out there. And they are progressing and doing stuff, and there's a work package floating out there. How will they know that there's even something out there?
So the CA details page would be a great place to see. So if the previous person started to enter a property under your cooperative agreement, and maybe they left or that property is still in progress, that would be something that your CA details page would tell you. It would have, let me see if I can pull up the actual page. So on the page, yes, so this would be a good example, kind of. But for this particular property, if it was maybe someone else started it and they hadn't finished it, it would say edits in progress here. And then it would have the name of the person that was currently working on that work package. So in that case, you would just contact me at the help desk, and then I could switch the owner of that work package to who's currently working on it. But that would be a great place is the CA details page, because it gives you the overview of everything happening with that cooperative agreement, including what's going on with all the properties under it too. Does that answer the question a bit?
Yes, I have another one.
Oh, no. No, I'm good. I was just putting my hand up for.
Okay. My question, Effie, is about duplicates, because they happen to, especially with transitions. I know we have you've shown us several times how to prevent duplicates. But what about when we click and we find not only is the property that we're about to enter already in existence, but it already exists 3 times?
Okay, another great question. So in that case, we do have the deletion feature. So so I can go back in the property profile form and show you. But in this case, I would just recommend that you would delete any duplicate properties. So if you click the expand button, it depends on the property itself, like what's it's associated to, but you can mark properties for deletion, meaning completely remove it from acres. You can also transfer properties to different cooperative agreements if they're entered under the wrong one. So if you do find duplicates in acres, a great reference would be the how to delete or disassociate a property PDF. It has step-by-step instructions on how to do the deletion function and what happens when you delete a property. If you have questions about that, you can always just contact me as well. I can walk through just to make sure you're deleting the right thing or the right thing is happening that you want to happen. But for duplicates, we do recommend that you, number one, look at the property details page just to confirm that it's a duplicate. And then if you're sure, you can go through the steps of marking the property for deletion to have it removed from acres.
Because maybe I want the information to go, I want to keep the information.
So you would have to transfer whatever was listed in the one that you're going to delete into the one that you want to keep. So that would require a bit of like consolidation. So if you have 2 properties and they both have information, let's say property A, property B, you want to keep property A. You would transfer everything the grantee or whoever, maybe me at the help desk if you needed help, would transfer everything from B into A, and then I would mark the property B for deletion to remove it from acres. So in the case that there is 2, usually with their duplicates, this duplicate doesn't really have too much information, but in the case that it does, you would have to transfer it to the one that you want to keep and then mark the duplicate for deletion.
But don't delete it until you've preserved the data.
Correct. Yes. Because once a property is deleted or marked for deletion and it goes through the steps of or the approval process, that's when it's deleted. So yes, as a rule of thumb, just transfer the information over and then mark it for deletion, and then it'll have to go through the approval process before it's deleted.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah.
These are great questions, Jennifer. Thanks for asking that, and the others in the room that were asking. And as you can see, there are some features that there are resources provided in acres to help you, but those are kind of special situations that you don't do every day necessarily. So again, I just want to reiterate that it's not a problem to contact the help desk, and Effie can help you out and make sure that you're following the process correctly.
You have another one, Emma? All right. Okay, Emma does have another one.
Okay.
What we were talking about earlier, with there being no edit data button because it might be locked under a previous owner. What if it said there's no current owner? Would that still be the case?
If you don't have the edit button, there might be more than, I can look at the particular situation, but my guess is that either maybe the work package got sent back by the PO and the user is no longer active in acres. So in that case, it may not have an owner. It may be that you're not associated to the CA, which doesn't sound like the case. If you send me the CA number or the CA or property number in the chat, I can look at it really quick as soon as we finish training and give you access.
Okay, there's also no CA number.
Well, you're looking at it through the CA, right?
Yeah, I can give you the dates.
Yeah, that sounds like a very particular situation. So
Yeah.
that would be a great thing to put, just the summary information in an email of what the problem is to Effie at the help desk, and then she would be able to look it up and respond via email.
Yep, this sounds like I can fix it really quickly, so.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you all so much for your time today. We promised you an exciting hour of acres. Hopefully we delivered on that. Again, we just really appreciate your having us part of this workshop. And Effie put on there, she always says this is the most important slide. It tells you again one more time. Contact the Acres Help Desk with that information. If you remember nothing else from this training, remember this slide that you can always get help with Acres, and Effie is happy to help you. So thank you again to everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
We're signing off then.
Thank you. Yeah.
Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Well. How's everybody doing? Woo!
Coming out of confident in the slide, stand up and stretch for a second.
Yes.
Not leave the room, stand up. Move your body around for a minute.
Yeah, so just in case you missed it at the National Brownfields Conference or TLEF, it was a really, really interesting, engaging, and instructive presentation about complicated cleanups. And so we're really honored to have Herman Snow talk a little bit about the adventures that he's had having to clean up recently. And unfortunately, some of the collaborators and other folks weren't able to participate. I know Herman will take us forward. That's what Herman, it's all yours.
Yeah, what I'm gonna talk about, this is was our runway homes pub, no, I have
You're up there.
This was our runway homes project that we well, we ended up, well, we finished it last summer, but it was this project was a long time coming. These houses I'm talking about, we back in 2013, and for some reason I thought it was before that, but our community, our council had struck agreement with Malmstrom Air Force Base, which is in Great Falls, Montana, and they struck a deal with the tribe. They were trying to get rid of some of their homes because they were building new homes for the soldiers, I guess, for the airmen, and but I don't think our council knew what they were getting into, because these homes they were getting rid of were built in the '60s, and as we all know, they used all kinds of. They didn't know at the time that these materials would be hazardous, containing all kinds of hazardous materials. But so we bought these homes for, I believe it was $1 a home. Thing was, we got it cheap because we had to transport them from Great Falls to the tribe, which is about 160 miles. So we got the houses, and there was 30+ houses, because I know they did set 3 of them at the agencies, one of our little community subdivisions, and there's 2 more, I believe, but I can't remember where they're at. So that left 30 houses, and as you can see in the upper right corner, that's all the houses sitting on that airstrip. So they're just sitting there, and and from 2013 until last year, until we started the cleanup, these houses started to slowly get burned. You know, and there was a lot of first thing they did, though, these people that burned these houses, and we kind of know who they were. You know, these were people that were drinking, people that were doing drugs. One of the first things you do, you got an airstrip full of houses, and no security, there was no security at all. So you got these houses just sitting there, well, these people go in there and the first thing they do is steal all the copper. And and anything else of value, they took and, to buy whatever they're drinking and drugs. And then eventually, they start slowly burning. And sometimes we thought maybe these are being burned on purpose on some of them, because they just slowly start burning until there was only 3 left. And so you got this, as you can see, after one of the fires, you got the volunteer fire department here. And then just doing what they do, I guess, and then. So that all that left up and down that strip was a pile of ash and debris. And so we were asked by the council on what our program could do. And so what was done was a building materials inspection. And the findings they got was a lot of them had asbestos containing building materials. There was a lot of lead-based paint around the windowsills and the doorways and everything. And then also some of the houses which their ballasts had PCBs. And so we were left with all that contamination that was just sitting there in piles. And if you know anything about northern Montana, we get a lot of wind. I mean, so you have the potential of all this hazardous material in the air, and it's right next to the Fort Belknap 80s. Where that's the hub of our reservation. So you got a lot of housing. You got BIA housing, then you got tribal housing, and then you got the hospitals, you got the tribal building and whatnot. Next slide. And so once we started, after the council asked us to get involved, we started doing getting paperwork ready to get this done. And then during all this time, we I went through I say I still with program, but I went through like 3 different councils coordinators. So, and it was the last one that I have now, that is our coordinator now, Adrian Colson. This young man has just done a great job since he got there. I mean, he was thrown in the fire right away. He got hired about 3 years ago. But he did a great job, he got the work plan together. We found out we needed a QAPP. We were still operating under a programmatic QAPP to begin with, but we knew we were gonna need to update it. And we had to get of course, you have to have a SAP analysis plan, before you can start also. And we had to get ready to host public meetings, which you're after. Then we used the bill money to help get this done, but we already had a cleanup grant, but we used the bill to do this. That cleanup grant was for other projects. And of course, I went and got all the access agreements. And one thing we have with we put into our RFPs, you already got to deal with your tariff fees, but we decided quite a few years ago that we need to have this waste management disposal fee. So we added 1% on all contracts on a reservation, and that 1% goes to the environmental department. So that way you can do things like we host Earth Day every year and stuff like that. We use that for. Next slide. So the big cleanup. Once we got the grant, the first thing to do was put out RFP for a QAPP. You gotta have somebody that knows what they're doing, somebody that's gonna oversee the project. And we hired a Grant Peak. The lady that runs Grant Peak, now she used to be part of Newfields, but she went off on her own, and which is good for us, because her office is like only 45 miles from us. So that's a big deal for us. So if we have questions, she can just bust right on down the highway. Then so once we got that all done, we got contractor hired as our consultant. And then we also had to have soil samples, and you see that bottom left corner there, that, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was the first guy on the site. And that's the thing he did was he went around that whole site, so many feet, I can't remember, I think it was at least 75 feet apart. He took soil samples on both sides to see if there's any contaminants that are in along the runway, because after they all burned and wind and everything. And so we hired them, and then they hired subcontractors close to us, which is good, out of Conrad, Montana. And these guys came on board, and this was a great crew. I enjoyed working with these guys. You see the guy in that top left, he's suppressing the material, and that was pretty good because before he did that, it was kind of crazy. We had one of our range people, he drove on site, and he stopped and asked if he was looking for a bull. Somebody lost a bull. So he was looking for a bull, but he seen all that stuff there. And I was surprised he knew. He said, "Are they watering that down?" And you know, most of our community members, they don't know that stuff. I said, yeah, we're making sure they do. That's, you see, that's what he's doing now. Before that guy started tearing down the last 3 houses, they tore them down. They made sure they watered it down before tearing it apart, or while tearing it apart. And then, this operator, what he did was he separated all the material, the wood, and the metal, and then all the contaminated. And he, when he loaded them into containers, he took the contaminated materials and he put into one of the containers that was lined with material which they call a burrito wrap. They put all the hazardous material into that, and they like tie it up, and it looks just like burrito. Then he put then of course the metal went into a different container, and they were hauled off to a landfill 45 miles from us that takes that stuff. And then one of the issues we ran into there was the landfill. When we put out the contract, you know, they did their bid accordingly. But we found out afterwards that we had to make an amendment to our contract, because when they took their material to the landfill, between the awarding of the contract to the actual work, the tipping fees had doubled. So that's why we had to make an amendment to give more money. You know, it wasn't their fault, it wasn't our fault. It was just something that happened. So you're not prepared for it, but it still has to be done. And I was there on site majority of the time, because make sure they were doing things and everything. And then the time I did miss is when I went to the TLAF Eugene a couple years ago. But these guys did a great job. And you look at the bottom 2 pictures, you know, it looks great now. But there was also another issue we had too. And people or child rages, they start dumping material at the end of the runway. We have one of our local cows had eggs, and tribal people know, but what goes on at tribal cows, people use brush and trees that are, you know, as shade and whatever around their wherever their camp is. And so when it's over, you got to dispose of all that somewhere. Well, these people, they just find a place, they dump it, and they start dumping all that at the end of the runway. So we had to make another little amendment so we can get that cleaned up also, because that wasn't included in the original contract. But you know, that's something the council wanted, and these guys were willing to do it because you want to make it look nice, and that's exactly what they did. So but we did get the soil samples back, and there was nothing wrong. They were all good. So that site looks really good now. These guys did a great job. Yeah, and so basically now that we're done, you know. Our futures, they were talking about wanting to make the airstrip longer. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. Because before we used to have dignitaries fly in on little airplanes. They used to fly in, and then we also had the emergency flight for helicopters for hospitals from Billings and Great Falls, they fly in there. So they were thinking about trying to rebuild that so we can use that again, because now the helicopter lands right by the hospital. You're right in the middle of a housing area between hospital and the houses and everything, so they wanna, if they find money, build it back up, but basically that's it in a nutshell. We finished it last year. It didn't take us very long, but now it looks good. And one of the lessons, well, I kind of knew already, you know, the tribe should have consulted with us on these houses. Because myself, I would told them, don't do it. Because for one thing, we got the houses cheap for $1. You know, you talk to 35 houses for $35, but the transportation, Great Falls to Fort Belknap was cost enormous, like, that's the cost that your tribe had to absorb. And I don't think they realized it when they made that agreement. But I think if they had that collaboration with us, we would have told them, don't do it. Why do you think the Air Force is getting rid of these? Because they don't want to do the cost of abatement or cleanup. And that all ended up on us. So, you know, so we do gotta thank EPA for giving us the money. And of course, I think we had a great contractor. She's still our contractor now. She did a great job. And we're still using these other guys that we used here. We're using them again on our cleanup sites, these guys from Conrad, so it was a good experience, but like I said, we need that collaboration. Not only the council and the environmental department, but all departments. Make sure things are done right, and that's a big thing with us, and I'm not sure, probably is with the other tribes, is that collaboration between the council and your department. It's gotta be there, otherwise it makes you work hard. We're finding out, right now, we're also working with housing, we're helping them clean up some of their houses, but you gotta have that collaboration first. That's it. I'm lost.
Thanks so much. Any questions?
I had a question. Did anyone ever live in those houses or they just sat there the whole time?
Not those houses on the airstrip, but they did set three, maybe 5, but I know where 3 of them set.
Oh, okay, so there's some still that
That are
in
actually, in
use.
fact, our planning department just moved into one of them.
Oh.
And there's 2 more right next to it, I can't remember what those are, but there's 3 of them being used. There's 2 more somewhere, I can't remember what that, but the rest just stayed there and people burned them.
Were they intended to be used?
Yeah, that was the thing that the tribe bought them there, then they were gonna sell them to the community members. You know, cause housing shortage is terrible. I think it was a good thing they all burned.
How have you been working on building these cross-departmental relationships and relationship with your tribal council? I mean, do you, besides just do this, build these relationships, work with tribal council, do you have advice for anyone on good ways to really start to make sure you're at the table? Both.
You know, I think along the, I'm pretty sure it's the same with all tribes, is like the tribal councils have their monthly meetings, and each department has to go in and pay for it. I think that's where it starts. And but there's always that changeover in council. So you gotta make that rapport with that council person that has oversight. And you gotta stay in here, because that's what I do. I'm always looking, you know, outside the council chambers. You know, I tell them, hey, you know, we need this. But it all depends on the council, but you gotta, you gotta make that first step, I think, because they're not gonna see, unless they need some,
Right.
and like, lately they have been.
I have a couple of comments. First, I really appreciated the slide that, where you have the bulleted list of the cleanup. And I took a picture of that because that's really helpful. That was a really good slide, kind of like the chronological step by step. Much appreciated. And then my other comment is, you're not alone in the whole, we've had modulars too,
Oh.
that sat on tribal property.
Orleans houses.
Yeah, and we had to, pay to get rid of them. So you're not alone in that, or I don't know if anybody else's tribe does this, but tribes just love to get a good deal. And so the GSA surplus sites, I mean, we have a whole brownfields property, a site because of that GSA surplus equipment. Equipment's a big thing too. They love to buy or get those for
Heavy
free.
equipment.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, a whole site. It's a graveyard full of.
We got that same thing in BIR. We haven't added it to our interest, but I told my agent that we need to add this because BI gave us that whole yard back, but you still got some of that disabled heavy equipment sitting. And I keep wondering, there's gotta be leaks somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, and that's gonna be left to us.
Yeah. So we've got to stop doing that.
Sometimes that's a good deal, it's not a good deal.
Right, yeah, I mean, we do it because we're limited on
Yeah,
resources
exactly.
and, we can put it to use,
Right.
but then it breaks down.
Yeah, we need that heavy equipment,
Yeah.
houses, but we gotta look ahead,
Yeah.
what's it gonna do to us?
Did you say there was a guy looking for a bull? That guy?
Yeah, well,
What happened
yeah.
with the bull?
Well, I think he found it, but that was crazy.
He was ready to get over there.
That's what's crazy, it's on me on it, did you see a bull anywhere around here? But the thing was that guy that took the bull, I know him because we used to work on irrigation together, so I knew him, so. But I was surprised about the suppression, because not many tribal members know about stuff like that. They just take it as it is and think everything's okay when in reality it's not.
Any other questions or comments for comments?
Would you have done anything differently?
Besides not taking.
Besides, yeah, not, that wasn't your call.
Well, I mean. You would have loved to see them houses used because the housing shortage, but at the same time, like I said. When the council bought them houses. They just looked at it as a good deal, they didn't look at everything else, because for one thing, you're buying 30+ houses, where are you gonna put them? There's no, no foundations for them. So you got, that's why they sat there, because. Then you're gonna ask these committee members to buy them. Well, that means. They're gonna have to pay for all the site. Preparation, foundations and whatnot. And then, but. I wouldn't advise you, because I mean, because, I know about. You buying houses from the 60s, come on.
Who was on council? Wow, that was a board decision.
It's Piercy King and Mel Adams.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like a good deal because it's houses.
No red flags of the dollar? The $1?
Yeah.
I mean, that's enough
Yeah.
for me to be like, what's wrong here?
Why they only adult?
Well, and the government knows they're doing
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just like, here.
Because it's like it's all over again.
But like, how fast did they think they were gonna be able to find people on the tribe that could afford them, have a foundation and everything? Cause those things, even a house that's sitting on a foundation is gonna, we all know, fall apart and start going to hell with bugs and whatever, they just fall apart, you're not looking at them. No,
Just connected them to electricity probably is.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's scattered.
IHS.
Is that how it works? Is that-
You can put in an application for the IHS and they'll do water, sewer and. Well,
Yeah, water and sewer. But as far as like the light bulb, you have to pay for it.
Yes, wow.
They give you one pole off there in it, or what, one pole, and then anything more than that to reach where you're going, you gotta.
Both are expensive. And yeah, that slide was put together by my coordinator, he was over. This was his presentation and he gave it our copy. Like I said, this young man was.
That's what Kermit will be those things. Last time, I remember we slowed down that. That way, and that white people was in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
And when it dealt.
He was gonna go down.
Here comes you guys.
Yeah.
Burn down and that's when he just cleaned it.
I did come in all the way to the back. Hey, time. Where you go?
Meeting. Fill out your evaluation.
Happy hour?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, got a meeting at happy hour.
See y'all.
Okay, so. We're come to the end. So. Remember those evaluations Maggie passed out earlier today?
If you lost it, I have more.
It's time to pull those evaluations back out.
Oh, no.
If you're online, Hannah has put the link in the chat for you. We hoped to spend a little time today talking about storytelling and what that looks like in your community. Why that's important to the work that you're all doing and to your program, but we've run out of time, so while you're filling out your evaluation, we're going to play, a lot of you have probably seen this documentary already, but it's the Restoring Neshke, which is about the Damon Dunbar, who's the former EPA director for Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, and the work that he spent, 2 decades doing to get the Congo Indian boarding school. So we were able to partner with them a few years ago to put this little documentary together. It's a wonderful story. If you've seen it, I can't watch it enough. So hopefully you enjoy watching it again. But we'll have this on in the background while you're doing your evaluation. And thinking about, we kind of challenge you to think about or encourage you to think about, like, what are some of the key stories and the voices in your community and in your projects and in your work that you would like to lift up, and how can we work together to help you share those voices and share those stories to demonstrate the great work that all of you are doing. And we will be around till 4:30, all of us, to talk about storytelling, projects, grants, whatever you want to talk about.
And just thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. We really consider this a success and we look forward to, kind of having these kind of dialogues and conversations across regions in the future. Thanks for being here and all that you do, all the leadership, all the good work. Reach out to us. We'll look forward to more good things together. Yeah.
And when you're done with your evaluation, you can just leave it on the tables and we'll walk by and collect. And thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Hit it, Hannah.
Yeah.
Look at the walls today, the brick concrete. The foundation was laid for education, but was the foundation laid for healing? A fear, trauma, emotions, I wish those walls could speak. We hear a lot of stories that occurred, and it wasn't their fault. The reason why they call it boarding school is because it was kind of like a room and board. It's gonna give you life skills and it's gonna change their life skills. And the Cheyenne and Navajo people, it was hard for them to change their lifeline. The Medicine Lodge Treaty began our formal acknowledgement between tribes and the US government. It was a treaty that provide obligations, promises. The US government's gonna establish schools for you. And that was when they start talking about where are these schools gonna be built. Contra became an agency for the people. That was the beginning of formal education. And there's a lot of different tribes that came here because they wanted to go to boarding school. In the beginning, it wasn't good, but as we expanded, it got better. And it changed our way of life. Because we always had our traditional life ways as our learning institution. The way we live, the way we hunt, the way we go out and protect our people, the way we encounter enemies. That was our education. It contributed a lot to the loss of our language. The generation before us, their first language was Cheyenne. And then when they talked to Cheyenne at these boarding schools, they got punished. They would get beaten. They would get soap put in their mouths. Don't speak your language, you're to speak English. It hurts me because it's emotional pain. And we deal with this through generations. It's called historical trauma. And it begins with atrocities that our people faced. And when it closed in 1984, they said we're going to eventually give these buildings, give title to the Cheyenne tribes. And they just lay vacant. And they started to get vandalized. And now we see the despair of these buildings. Once again, the old girls going here. Yeah, it's the south entrance of the girls' dorm. You can still see the original carpet when it was laid over the tile. See the remnants of the tiles. That's terrible. The shape of it is today, of all the leaks that came through the roof. All the materials are gone. Rest of that, the old metal, and man, gone. That's just structurally not good, not safe. Contra, Oklahoma is a small community, about 30 miles west of Oklahoma City. And it's the main headquarters of the Cheyenne tribes. It was always my personal goal to stay with this project until we actually had it demoed or saved. My name is Damon Dunbar, and I work for the Cheyenne tribes as the acting EPA director, and I'm also the planning and development director. I've been working there since 2000. As an environmental director, you have the water, you have the land, you have the animals, you have the air. There's never one really particular focus that I do. It just involves everything. It's a thankless job, but it's part of what I need to do as a tribal member to help my tribe. I remember as a kid, you used to go out barefoot and put your toes in the dirt and the sand, be able to feel that natural feeling. When I'm in the teepee with our younger kids, I tell them, Mother Earth has so many things that she gives us, and we take it for granted. I try to encourage them to take time, look at the birds, look at the trees. That is the true learning experience that you can't get in a library. I have faced some challenges to get where I'm at today. I actually lost my arm due to one addiction, but there's no shame in it anymore. I see it as a reason to do what I'm doing today. And that was the reason to get your degree, go back to your tribes, help out what you can, talk to the people who are facing addictions and let them see you as a success once you gave up those addictions. Back in 2001, when I started with EPA, I started coming out to these old buildings and walking through them and seeing what kind of shape they were in. At the beginning, when I first started, I was wanting to reuse it. But over the years, it just came to where we can't use these buildings anymore. EPA Brownfields site is a contaminated site that was left with pollutants, hazardous materials. And this is the best right here. Well, how are you gonna clean it up? Well, you apply to the EPA for a Brownsfield grant.
You can't just get the grant without proving that you have hazardous materials. That's when I approached our planner. And I said, hey, what do you think about getting this school on a grant to assess it to see if we have hazardous materials? She knew there was something inside those schools that tribal members went to that was affecting their health. The light bulb lit up, and Concho is a Brownsfield site. So she said, yes, let's work on it together. That's how everything kind of evolved back in 2001 that we actually got the grant. One of the biggest giveaways I found out is that when you have 9x9 floor tiles, 99% of the time you have asbestos. When we did the first cleanup out here, we wanted to make sure there was no lead paint back on the ground. The lead paint chips were sweet to the kids, and they would grab that, eat it, they just keep eating it. Well, lead automatically goes straight through the bloodstream to your brain. That's how the lead poison came about. And it all goes back to affecting our water. Water is the number one thing to protect. It all affects everything. We had some people who wanted to save the school still. And then we had some to tear it down and build a brand new. And then when I stressed to them that we can't save it anymore, it's just too far gone. I said, but we can do a memorial. We can do some kind of memorial plaque to all the students that were again there to not forget. We won't forget there was a school there. We won't forget there was tribal members that lived in there. It's been a challenge over the years. After all this time, all my struggles, all my staying with it. To me, it was exciting. To me, it was satisfying that I could actually get to this point. Because some people know I've been working on it since 2001. Because Chico Buffalo is my environmental specialist too. She's also my designated Brownsfield project manager, which I will teach her about this. And that's where the generation is passing the baton to her. Her thoughts and her ways will lead the next generation to say, okay, I'll teach her my ways, and she can teach the kids her ways, and then hopefully they will continue on. The tribe's always been resilient. We've always faced hardships, and we bounced right back, and we learned to adapt. To me, that's resilience. Learning the ability to accept things, learning the ability to bounce back and keep going forward. I never gave up. I never gave up. I always kept going to get this project to where it's at. That's the resilience in me. Part of the resilience with the tribes is never giving up. They tried to kill us. They tried to kill the buffalo. But guess what? We're both still here. That's resilience to me.
What was your budget on that documentary? $30,000. And who shot it? I didn't see their names.
Fire Thieves was who actually did the filming, but they now have a different name. They're out of Tulsa, but the filmmaker is this young, fantastic indigenous artist, Lord Waters. She's worked on a couple of she did a documentary about Tar Creek Superfund site. She did another one recently. She also was the casting director, one of the casting directors for Reservation Dogs. She's just this kind of brilliant, creative, like, you know, she's really wonderful. So we were, but we got connected to her through one of our partners that we have at University of Oklahoma. Lauren had been one of her former students. So
That was really well done for just 30K. And I was like this few months or weeks.
this was during COVID, so it took a little bit longer. And the budget changed. I mean, our original budget was not that, it was lower than that, but you know, COVID, because at that time, it wasn't that the production costs themselves changed, it was that the costs, the precautions that needed to be taken. Because this was like deep COVID time when this was done. So it was a very, very positive and wonderful experience for all of us. You know, we all started working with Damon a long ago. Yeah, so, you know, we've been kind of on, you know, having this relationship with them this whole time, which is something we always like to stress, not just as tribal tech, but all the tech providers. You know, we will take this journey with you for as long as you want us to be with you. You know, if it's just, I have this one question and that's it, I don't need to talk to you anymore, that's great. But if it's, you know, we're doing this thing and it's gonna take us 10 years to do, as long as we still have the funding, we will be there with you. If that's what you know, what you want. So.
I know tribes are gonna stay with you as long as you guys are here. It's a great business.
Yeah, thank you, Herman. And you know, it's not just about we have this great little film to show and it looks good and it's emotional, and I mean that's part of it, but it's you know, you feel that story differently than if it was just like, here's an image on a slide and you know, we did a phase 1 and a phase 2 and found some asbestos and now we've demoed the building and we're right, like you feel this differently. This is a really powerful way to communicate the work that you all are doing. This has gotten a lot of attention, and we want to be able to support you in communicating your stories in this. It doesn't have to be a documentary. We have podcasters, we have still photographers, we have, you know, writers, you know, we have a lot of storytelling professionals that we can bring together to help you tell the stories of your communities that you want to tell, to elevate the work that you're doing. The benefit of you know, we're all in a space of, we need funding, how do we keep funding, you know, people, the higher ups, the EPA leadership, you know, all of our project officers, they always want to see these great, powerful success stories, because then they can send that up the chain to be a more, this is why we need more funding. This is why you can't cut this funding. This is what this money is going to. An effectively told story carries that message a lot farther than just, again, it was a gas station and now it's a, you know, so, we would love to talk to any of you about, you know, what this could look like in your community.
Yeah, I don't want to take up time because I want to hear from the tribal representatives, but before, I don't know if Delmar left or coming back, but I gave him this little DVD that I did like 22 years ago, just because I am interested in, done a little bit of film production, and of course it's changed a lot, 20 years, just 10 years, but the tribe wanted to do it. This was the late Tony Provost, who was the former director. Yeah, and sorry. But anyway, the tribe said they wanted to do it, and I came up with the project and helped them write like a little outline and work, you know. But but this is what I was going to say, is we use Haskell Indian Nation students to help edit it and film it, because we have an MOA with them. So it was kind of a win-win for the tribe, but it was all about education for some of their members to better understand the environmental issues. And I don't know if the DVD still works, but I know I have another copy somewhere. But I mean, this is something we want to do. I mean, obviously talk to my boss here, but I know like you're saying too, Jennifer, it's really important for other sources of funding, like there's, there are still philanthropic groups too. And that's like way better than, here's a stack of papers.
Yes.
About our issues or what we're doing, so I think that's a good, I haven't seen that, so.
Well, thank you, and it's something too, this tribal tab is we're funded by EPA, we have a cooperative agreement, just like all of the rest of you. And for the various tabs, all the different, whether it's regional tab, tribal tabs, all the national tab providers that there are. We all have these technical assistance subject areas that we have to address when we are competing. We have to demonstrate how we're going to meet those technical assistance subject areas. This last tribal tab competition, this is only the second time they've had a tribal tab. Oral wrote the first one in 2017, and we were awarded that, and then they recompeted it for this one that we have now. In between those two, EPA added storytelling as one of our technical assistance subject areas. So not only is it something we love doing, that we're really passionate about all this work, but that piece really, personally, I come from a art performance background, so the storytelling, just the humanity piece of the storytelling is really important, but it is also something we have to do. It's something we have to do, and we will find ways to do it, but let us do this with you. Craig is gone. I don't know, Maggie, do you want to talk about, do you feel comfortable talking about what you did with Craig last year?
Sure. He actually just sent me his video last week for review. So we worked with Craig and the Kickapoo Nation and the Kickapoo Nation School, and we invited them to K-State University. Through our library systems, we have called the Innovation Lab. And so we have access to a lot of recording equipment, like in studio type space. There's a green room. So you can be speaking and talking, recording, and have whatever you want going on in the background. And the main goal of the project was to create a video talking about brownfields and kind of other contaminated sites, but using the voice of the kids and using the native language. And so I think we had 3 separate recording and events, and then they also brought their drums with them and their drum team, and that is the background music of the video, is them singing, their songs and playing the drums, and it turned out really nice. It looks really great, and so it's a way to collaborate with, again, the school to get the youth involved, and understanding and some education about brownfields, and then now they have this video they could share with their community.
And they learn production and how to do the story.
Right. Yeah.
All that to do other projects.
Yeah, the students got to work with all the equipment, know how to do all of that. So
when's the premiere?
Yeah. I don't know. I'll talk to Craig. There are a couple edits that I think he needs to make. So, that's something too that's, I think, one advantage, Tribal Tab, DSU Regional National Tab, and being associated with the university is we have access to resources like that. For me in my backyard, because I'm in Manhattan. But I would, that's an open invitation to anybody. Whether you're here for an event or you can make your way down. I mean, we have access to resources through the universities that are, no cost again. So if anyone's ever interested in anything like that, yeah, reach out, let us know. We can hook you up.
We're officially done, but we're happy to stand here. Whoever wants to talk.
Are we gonna stand here in awkward silence? So that's the question.
It's so cold. Or shivering.
Don't forget to leave your evaluations on the table.
Yeah.
I did want to mention to anybody who is still here and those on the phone, I see a couple of folks from Region 7. I've provided to the K-State Tab folks the materials that Diane Harris has made available regarding QAPPs. I know there was some discussion about QAPPs earlier. I couldn't be in all of the QAPP discussions. But of course, the Region 7 tribes will be having QAPP training at the next R Talk. And we do have some tools that Diane has put out. And the example that was given out as an approved example QAPP came with conditions. So that needed to be, Diane Harris had made a comment that if you're looking at something that's been approved with comments or approved with conditions, you should always look at the conditions or the comments that came with it and not just what it came with. So I just wanted to give you those caveats on there and also to let you know that in the materials that will be posted will be some of those tools that Region 7 has as far as checklists for Region 7 QAPP stuff. Hey, team. QAPPs are fun.
Sure they are.
I'll take some snacks, some snacks for the road.
That's fine. Watch.
Next on me.
Stay in it. We're open. Stay.
Right.
Like, safe travels, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. See you next time.